Naam. Mimi nishafungua au bado? Safi kwema. Mimi nishafungua. Sina umefungulia wewe? Kaka. Baba tu. Tupo hapa tunapangana. Tunasubiria matokeo. Mara umetoa za volunteer. Kama uombe zote hapo. Usielewi. Upige kote. Kwa sababu ukikosa una volunteer leo hujao volunteer. Hapo ukikosa kule unataka kuvolunteer. Jamaa. Ila na hisi najua kwa sababu niliona kusema tarehe moja. Tarehe moja ndio. Siku 10 zimebaki. Basi 10 au ngapi? Nataka niangalie hapo. Wewe zimebaki sio ziadi. Kisha inaisha tarehe 30 blaza. Mwezi sheta sasa. Naona hiyo para. Kama ni 10 days ya. Tunahesabia siku 9 sio 10. Ona hivi yule jamaa yule wa nani yupo bado? Alikuja kuna kipindi alikujaga huko. Ni tracker hiyo. Iko IDC. Jamaa mmoja tall smart. Onia. Sasa boni yule. Ngoja kwanza. Sina uhakika. George. George ya George. Asha? Ametoka MDH. Yule jamaa namjua bwana. Alijaga.
Saidi Bakari, please can you mute your mic? Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. I can hear you.
Yeah. So if you
Yes,
let me know
yes.
when we are ready to start.
Morning too. Yes.
Are we ready to start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please, you can go ahead.
If you are ready, we can start. So those are my names. I don't know whether my picture can be seen for a few minutes. Let's see. Can you see my face?
Yes, we can.
We can see your face, sir.
Myself, I can't see my face. I don't know how I'm looking like. So I'm scared. I may just be there for a short time and then I'll move it. So I'm Moses Ochan, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Oncology and Therapeutics, and also the co-director for the Africa Center of Systematic Reviews and Knowledge Translation in Uganda. I'm happy to be with you today, introducing you to this topic of meta-analysis. We'll be using some terms, so I just wanted us to understand them a little bit. Our main focus is meta-analysis down there. However, the related terms you will find when you are handling this topic are things like review, systematic review, research synthesis, and the meta-analysis. Those are the terms you are going to find being used commonly when you're dealing with this topic. So if you just use the word review could just be a critical appraisal of a book or a play, something that you are going through. And then when you say systematic, it means you are doing that critical review or critical appraisal according to a fixed plan or system. So a systematic review is a critical appraisal which is done according to a fixed plan or system or method or procedure. Research synthesis is a review of primary research on a given topic with the purpose of integrating the findings to help create generalizations or resolve conflicts. Conflicts really around about agreement on the findings from independent reviewers, what we call equipoise or research equipoise. A situation in which different researchers conduct a study and never reach at a common conclusion. Each one is reaching different conclusions. So This kind of review, or systematic review of meta-analysis, helps in resolving such kind of scenarios, what we call equipoise conflicts. Meta-analysis then is different from a systematic review simply by the fact that it requires a set of statistical methods for combining outcomes or effect sizes across different studies. But the key there is that these studies must be addressing the same research question. That is a key point there. You need to bold that up. You can combine studies together, but the primary requirement that they must be answering a same research question. So systematic review sort of sets the stage for a meta-analysis. Meta-analysis is a continuation from where the systematic review would end, and it can only be done when certain conditions are met, which we are going to go over shortly. But one of those conditions is that the studies being combined must be addressing the same research question. Reviews are many. There are many different types of reviews. We'll not go over them. I'm just flashing them here for your noting that when we talk about reviews, there are different types of reviews. You can talk about what you call literature review or narrative review, which many of us have done if we have conducted research. We have what we call a mapping review. Then we have what is called a scoping review. We have overview of reviews. Maybe I put a little bit of description to this. So a mapping review, like the name is, just sort of helps establish different bodies of evidence which exist out there. Like you are going out to find out what is available out there in terms of different blocks of the bodies of evidence. Sort of similar to what you call a scoping review. The only difference between the two is that a scoping review is an exploratory kind of activity which helps confirm presence of a certain amount of work in a certain topic. So, for example, you want to conduct a study on, let's say, the drugs that are used to treat diabetes. A scoping review would help quickly for you to establish presence of evidence on that topic. You may want to do a review, but then there is no work which is existing out there. So scoping reviews are useful as an initial activity that you do when you are planning to conduct a systematic review to help you establish presence of primary studies on the topic that you are conducting. Overview of reviews is a scenario in which there are multiple reviews on a certain topic. Then now you go and synthesize or review those reviews, which is a very powerful activity there. You do a review of existing systematic reviews. Then rapid reviews, like the name appears, the only difference between it and a systematic review is the time frame. That in rapid reviews, these are reviews which are conducted and they take a very short time, usually less than 6 months time. Then you have methodological reviews, qualitative systematic reviews. These ones are systematic reviews for qualitative studies. For those who are doing qualitative studies, now they are established criteria for conducting reviews. of primary studies which have been conducted using qualitative methods. And then, of course, you have quantitative systematic reviews, mixed methods reviews, in which we are conducting review of primary studies, which are both quantitative and qualitative in nature. Then, of course, the last one, what we are going to do here, the meta-analysis, which you are going to take on further in this discussion. There are many more different types, but we'll take that as sufficient for now. So meta-analysis is what we are going to be taking on briefly. It is a statistical combination of results from two or more separate studies, as I've already talked about. And these are the conditions that we noted the other time, that the treatment effect or effect size should be consistent from one study to the next. We are going to define what an effect size is in the subsequent slides. But just to know, there is a question that it is trying to answer. For example, you want to find if drug X is superior to drug Y. And so for you to measure that question, you have to use appropriate statistical analysis. So for example, you are talking about maybe odds, the odds of individuals who are given intervention A to have better outcomes as compared to individuals that are given outcome B. So you see that the effect that you are assessing is the difference in the outcomes. The effect, the difference in the outcomes. Then now, when we say the effect size, now you go to the magnitude. How big is the difference in the effect? That is, the odds of group A having better outcomes than group B. How big is that difference? That's now what we call the effect size. And then relatedly, you have what is called the effect measure. Now, how are you measuring that difference? Is what I've just given an example here. An odds ratio could be one of the statistics that are used in measuring that difference. It could be a risk ratio. It could be a risk reduction. It could be a prevalence or a proportion. So those are the different terminologies which are related to what we are calling effect size. So you are going to have the effect measure, and the effect size. Those are the terms that are common around the effect size. Meta-analysis helps is used to identify a common effect size. So the bullet one is that when you are combining studies together, the treatment effect or the effect size should be consistent from one study to the next. What do I mean here? That you have one study which is measuring the variance or the difference between the two groups using odds ratio. Another one is measuring using risk ratio. Another one is measuring using prevalence ratios. That creates problems. So first of all, you have to have uniform way of measuring the effect. And secondly, the effect size or the magnitude of the difference should be consistent. If you are, sorry, I'll be using mostly medical examples, but this can apply to any type of study, social science, or natural sciences, or medicine. These examples apply. So if you are assessing, for example, the efficacy of drug A compared to drug B in treating condition X, and another person is doing the same thing in another setting. Let's say now there are 10 people conducting the same kind of experiment in different settings. What we mean that the effect size should be consistent. The variation between the effect that those studies are going to find should be consistent. One study should not find there is no effect, then another study finds a very good effect, then another one finds moderate effect. That becomes very, very problematic, and the meta-analysis help in trying to resolve such problems. However, if they are if the effect is too wide, then it means a problem should be resolved through primary study, not meta-analysis. When the effect varies from one study to the next, is the other thing. It is important that meta-analysis help in establishing the reasons for those variations. And so these are the three common reasons. We shall discuss more to expand on this, and the conditions for which meta-analysis are conducted. One, that effect size should be consistent from one study to the next. Second, meta-analysis are used to identify common effect size. In other words, you want to summarize and come up with one effect from the different effect sizes which different studies are finding out. A case in point here was our recent COVID experience, where one group of researchers find DEXA is useful, another group of study find is not, another group. So meta-analysis help resolve such kind of variations, and it help you come up with a common effect size to help decision making. So the workflow for us in the meta-analysis, some of the questions that you should answer as you move along in decision making as to whether to do a meta-analysis. The first question you are asking, should data be combined statistically, which is the meta-analysis? After you've done your systematic review, you have your data now for different outcomes. Now the question is, should we combine this data together statistically? If the question is no, then instead of doing statistical analysis of the data, you do what we call narrative synthesis or qualitative synthesis, in which you describe the findings as opposed to statistically combining them. If the answer is yes, that is, data can be statistically combined, then the question is, what is the type of data that is available at hand? If the data is discrete in nature, then the common statistics that you can use Pareto method, Mentor-Hazel-Wolf methods, and the Simonian-Liard statistics for doing meta-analysis. Within this same decision matrix, once you choose the Simonian-Liard meta-analysis, again, you need to ask a further question as to the precision of the effect measure or the effect size. How precise is the effect size? How was it precisely measured? Now this one borders statistics, but allow me just say one or two things about precision. So if you are using odds ratios and you find that the odds ratio is, say, 2.5, precision means, for example, confidence interval around that estimate. So if the estimate is 2.5, Then you go to the confidence interval. If you find the confidence interval is narrow, that means the odds ratio that you are having was precisely measured. The variation, the likely possible variations of the odds ratio is within a narrow range. However, if you find the confidence interval is large, then it means that the effect size that you have, the odds ratio, is not precisely measured. It means that it can take on many possible correct values within a wide range. Now, if such is the scenario whereby the effect size is not precisely measured, that is, it can take many different possible values within a wide range, then we use what is called random effects analysis. Random effects analysis. However, if the effect size is precisely measured, in other words, the confidence intervals around the effect size is narrow, then we use what we call fixed effects analysis. So this fixed effects analysis or random effects analysis is considered along any of the statistical criteria you've chosen. If you've chosen the Pareto method, then you're going to have random effects Pareto method of analysis, or random or fixed effects Pareto. If it is Manto-Hansel, then you're going to have fixed effects Manto-Hansel if the effect size is precisely measured, or random effects Manto-Hansel method if the effect size was not precisely measured, and the same for the Simonian-Laird method of analysis. It can be either fixed effects or random effects, depending on the extent to which the effect size was precisely measured. And that is
go over the differences between random effect and the other one? Sorry.
So the difference between random effects models or methods of analysis and fixed effects models or methods of the analysis is that the determination is based on the effect size. Sorry, I didn't have an example here. So for example, if you have an odds ratio, I'm assuming that most of us, if not all of us, know what an odds ratio is, at least in a part, maybe not the details of the biostatistics of it, or prevalence ratios, risk ratios. So when you find a risk ratio, let's say of 2, then you ask what is the confidence interval around that odds ratio. Now, the confidence interval around that odds ratio will tell you how precise that odds ratio was measured. Now, if the confidence interval is wide, like large, let's say the odds ratio is 2, and then the confidence interval is like 1.5 to 50. That means the odds ratio that you have measured can take on many multiple correct values between 1.5 and 50. That is a wide confidence interval that is associated with imprecise or poorly measured effect size. Then when the confidence intervals are narrow, let's say if the odds ratio is 2 and the confidence interval is 1 to, let's say, 4 or 1 to 5, that narrow confidence interval means the odds ratio or the effect size you have found takes on few correct values between 1.5 to 5, which is precise as compared to the other one with wide confidence intervals. So random effects models are taken or are chosen in scenarios where the effect size are not precisely measured, while fixed effects models are chosen in scenarios where the effect sizes are more precisely measured. Is it clearer now?
Yes, thank you. Clear.
Great.
Sorry, sir.
And then the decision matrix continues.
Yes, sir.
If the variable is continuous, again, you choose the different analysis types. If there are same units of measurement across trials or across the different studies, if the answer is no, use standardized mean differences. If the answer is yes, use the weighted mean differences and also standardized mean differences. Why perform a meta-analysis? Why perform a meta-analysis? I have highlighted this earlier, but the common reason is that the results of single studies typically vary from one study to the next. And if the results vary from one study to the next, it affects decision-making. What should you take? Today you're reading this paper, it says this drug is not good. You read another one, it says the drug is good. Now for you as a decision maker or a clinician, what do you do? In such scenarios, meta-analysis help resolve and guide decision making by putting together these studies and coming up with a single effect size. Narrative reviews have also been used. However, narrative reviews are in many cases subjective, and the different conclusions can be reached by different experts, which becomes a problem. Meta-analysis, on the other hand, applies objective statistical methods and can be used with any number of studies. Because of the objectivity around meta-analysis, it is a more robust or more powerful way of resolving equipoise in research findings.
So they had a question on the different confidence interval and precision. Is there a statistical test that you use to decide this confidence interval is narrow or wide, or it would be subjective?
Sorry, just to add to that.
Yeah, I think there is you may need to double check if there exists a statistical way of making a decision around about the confidence intervals. But to me, it's more subjective than statistical, but you might need to look up this to find out. However, you just look up and see that the confidence interval is wide. For example, the example I've given you, if it is, say, from 2 to 50 or 2 to 20, then another one is from 2 to 3 or 2 to 5. You're more likely to say that this one of 2 to 5 is narrow as compared to the other one, but there should be statistical methods. You might have to look at that. Or if anyone in attendance knows, you could unmute and talk around it. Does anyone know if there are any statistical methods that can be used to determine whether a confidence interval is narrow or wide? Are there any biostatisticians around? Any statisticians?
As far as I know, it can compute it due to a computer or the program. And if you can't, or if it's not, then you can calculate it manually. But according to what I know, it's calculated or computed automatically when you added your data. So yes, it can be.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, the other reason why we conduct meta-analysis is to increase power. That is, the chance of detecting real effects are statistically significant if it does exist. 2, meta-analysis help improve precision. In other words, estimation of an intervention effect can be improved when it is based on more information. 3, these meta-analysis help answer questions not posed by individual studies. And 3, meta-analysis help settle equipoise that we started with, or controversies, or disagreements around findings. So what does meta-analysis entail? What goes into what meta-analysis? So everything, of course, starts with the thought process. You need to think carefully the kind of study you are getting involved in, and establish all the known facts around about your topic before you get into meta-analysis. Key things to consider are which comparisons should be made. Most of us researchers like what they call building the plane when it is in the air. You fish around, you keep changing goalposts because you have not established clearly what you want from the very start. So meta-analysis will not go a very long way if you are in a scenario where you are starting it when you don't know what you want. So it is important that you establish clearly the comparisons that are meaningful and which will be considered in the meta-analysis activity. These comparisons must be clear, and they should be making clinical sense for the clinicians, scientific sense, or policy-wise. These comparisons should make sense before we start going into meta-analysis. 2, which study results should be used in each comparison? We need to decide beforehand which results will be relevant for each kind of comparison that we want. 3, what is the best summary of effect for each comparison? What is the best summary of effect for each comparison? That is, would you use an odds ratio? Would you use a prevalence ratio? Would you use a risk ratio? What would be the best way of combining these comparisons? There is something which may be falling off from this. This discussion is largely around about clinical kind of studies, but also applies for other non-clinical studies. However, it does not specifically apply for diagnostic accuracy studies. If you are doing a diagnostic accuracy review, for example, you want to find out which test method best tests a certain condition. You want to find out which lab method tests best diabetes, tests best hypertension, tests best malaria. Those are what we call diagnostic accuracy studies. And they have separate, slightly separate ways of measuring the performance. So for example, for the lab methods, you are not going to use odds ratios or prevalence ratios. You are going to use different effects and effect sizes. For example, you'll be using things like negative predictive value, positive predictive value, specificities, and all those. There is a hand which is raised. Let me see what that is. Please unmute and speak. I think there is a hand which was raised. Okay. As you come. Meta-analysis.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have a comment. If I understood your previous question well, that how to differentiate and to know if, because I couldn't talk, I had internet issue, how to differentiate or how to know like this confidence interval is narrow or larger. It should be detected by the margin of error. So the narrower the confidence interval, the smaller the margin of error. And you can know the margin of error dependent on the variability of the population. So if there is a large variability in your population, that means there is a large margin of error, and then there is a large confidence interval, and etc.
Yeah, thank you. So we can use margin of error to tell whether the confidence interval is narrow or wide. Thank you for that. And this is the margin of errors outputs of statistical analysis. You can include it when you are conducting your primary analysis. So thank you so much. The other thing is that the results of the studies should be similar within each comparison. I've highlighted this, that the studies that you are comparing, the results that they have should not be so variant again. So for example, people who will be doing cross-sectional studies, for example, you're looking at a prevalence of a certain disease or a prevalence of a certain behavior in a community. And then the people who are repeating similar studies in different settings, say in different countries, the results that we are going to find should not be very different between each other. One should not find a prevalence of 2%, then another one finds a prevalence of 90%. If that is a scenario, it becomes problematic for a meta-analysis. So it is important that when we are trying to choose what studies to add in the meta-analysis, that we look into the results of the individual studies and see the consistency of the measure of the estimates of the results across different types of studies. And this will do this later on. I think there's another session on risk of bias and or quality assessment of these studies, where we conduct what we call heterogeneity analysis. In heterogeneity analysis, you are able to tell how consistent the effect size was measured between the different studies. And therefore, you are encouraged to do a meta-analysis if there is a high level of consistency, as opposed to when there is a high variation between the results of the individual studies. Good. When is meta-analysis most useful? When is meta-analysis most useful? Meta-analysis is most useful when there is moderate to large amount of empirical work available. 2, when the results are variable across the studies, but I have explained around about this variability. 3, when the expected magnitude of effect is relatively weak. And 3, when the sample sizes of individual studies are limited for some reason. That's when it is most useful. Now, for the biostatisticians, you may be asking, now if I'm doing a primary study, as opposed to a meta-analysis which handles secondary data, the comparison, the similarities between what we do in biostatistics and what you do in the meta-analysis. So in the biostatistics, there's what we call hypothesis testing for primary studies, while for systematic reviews, we are using meta-analysis. What is the similarity or the difference between the two? So both of these activities are statistical in nature, and they use statistical approaches. However, in null hypothesis testing, we normally rely on significance testing, what you call the p-values, and the precision of estimates, which we have called the confidence interval. While for a meta-analysis, the focus of meta-analysis is on the magnitude of effect of interest. What is the magnitude of effect of interest? So you are looking at, say, what is superior between different interventions for a certain condition. So you want to find the size, how big is the difference in the effect. And that is really the interest of meta-analysis. And once you establish the magnitude of that effect, then also you will have to provide precision of the estimate around that effect and the causes of potential variations. This will be the last phase of our discussion, this discussion around the effect size. I've taken pretty much a lot of time doing the introductions. So we have about 15 minutes or less. So we now get to the last phase of this discussion. Effect size. What is an effect size? An effect size expresses the magnitude of an effect of interest. For example, strength of a relationship between two variables. Effect sizes are common currencies which allows combination of results from different studies into a single standardized and comparable metric of outcome. This could be, for example, odds ratios, like the way I highlighted earlier on. It could be prevalence ratios. It could be risk ratios. A general framework for synthesis may be provided by considering 4 key questions. 1, what is the direction of effect? Direction of effect. So a simple way of appreciating what we mean by direction of effect is if you have 2 interventions and now you are asking what is the direction of effect? Does the effect follow the intervention side or the control side? In other words, when you are measuring, comparing 2 medications, what is the direction of the effect? Is the effect in favor of the intervention or the effect is against the intervention? So this one is measured from the line of no effect or the null value. And when you are on the null value, to the right of the null value, you are favoring the intervention. And then to the left of the null value, you are against the intervention. In other words, taking the intervention worsens the outcomes, while to the right, taking the intervention improves the outcome. So it's important for you to know the direction of effect. 2, what is the size of effect or the magnitude of effect? 3, is the effect consistent across studies? And 4, what is the strength of evidence of the effect? And as we highlighted, the meta-analysis provides answers to the first 3 questions. The different types of effect measures, I've highlighted this, so we'll not go to them again. Odds ratios, risk differences, mean differences, and the rest. And this is the metric of choosing the effect sizes. It really starts from the type of data and what you are doing with the data. If the data is binary in nature, the kind of effect measures that you are going to use would include things like rate differences, risk ratios, odds ratios. If you are comparing between means of 2 groups, then you're using standardized mean differences or response ratios. And if you are comparing between 2 continuous variables, then you are going to use, for example, slopes of the linear regressions. Linear regressions are the ones you fit for continuous variables. And then if the variable is categorical, you fit a logistic regression. Or if for the continuous variable here, you can use Pearson's correlations as well. Now, we will spend some time on this diagram, but it is what you are going to also have to appreciate when we are doing meta-analysis. 1, this diagram is called a forest plot. majority of what I have talked about are depicted in this diagram. I'm just going to point those out because of time, and then you'll see how to proceed. Just from what I have just explained, are you seeing my cursor? Are you seeing my cursor?
Yeah, yes, and we are.
Yes, we see.
Good. So this cursor is what we are calling the no effect line or the null value. No effect line. Now, this what you're seeing here as the black diamond is the overall effect. Now we talked about what is the direction of effect. When you look at this diamond, it is to the left of the null effect line. It is to the left, meaning this value, it's put here differently, but this value, if it is existing to the left, you see the value is less than 1. I'm muted. Sorry, I was muted. How did I get muted? Did you? I don't know when you stopped hearing me. So you see this diamond here is what we talked about, the direction of effect. It could exist to the right of this line, where you find, for example, if you are doing odds ratios, you find values like 2, 3, 4. So when you have an odds of 4, it means that odds of 4 favors the outcome. But when you find odds below 1, let's say 0.2, 0.3, that means that the outcome, depending on how you are interpreting it, is not being favored by the intervention. So let's give an example. You said that you give a medicine X for treating diabetes. Treating diabetes means that when you give a medicine X, the blood sugar should reduce if the medicine works. But now it's not aware when you give this medicine from different studies, but the blood sugar keeps on rising instead. This black diamond, if you plotted it for the different studies, you will find that it will be to the left if the intervention worsens the outcome. In other words, if the intervention increases the blood sugar instead of reducing it, this black diamond will be to the left of this null line. But if the intervention indeed reduces the blood sugar, every time different investigators conduct studies on, then the black diamond from the comparison of these studies will be to the right of the null hypothesis line. This black diamond is the overall effect. There are things around it. The center of this is the effect size. The horizontal points are the confidence intervals. If this diamond is blurred or wide, it means the overall effect is not precise. If it is narrow, it means the overall effect is more precise. And that is the same for the individual studies. The individual studies are reflected in terms of small boxes. These small boxes, the size of that small box tells you the effect of that particular study. And then you have these tails. Those tails are giving you confidence intervals. When you conduct a meta-analysis, this is the output you are going to get. Now, when you look at my cursor here, there is something called the MH. MH will be what you call the Manto-Hazel. Manto-Hazel method of analysis. We talked about this. If it was disimonian layered, it would be DL, disimonian layered, DL. Then you see in the middle there something called fixed. It means we use a fixed effects model based on the mental health analysis. And then you see here that we use the risk ratio as the effect size. So you see that effect size is the risk ratio, analysis type is the fixed effects mental health, and then you have the 95% confidence interval. The values you see here have all the three: effect estimate, method, model, and confidence interval. And then when you come here, it is giving you for the individual studies the same. And then you have the overall estimate. The overall estimate is here, overall effect, which is 0.64 risk ratio, with the confidence intervals of 0.3 to 1.5. I think you can see that. And then here it gives you the individual weights of individual studies to the model or to the analysis. These weights are calculated based largely on the sample size of the individual studies. And you can see that the study which has the narrowest weight should be having fewest individuals, and also is associated with wider confidence intervals, as you can see here, meaning the estimate is poor. Good. And then you see to the left here, statistical significance. There is something called heterogeneity here, if you can see. Heterogeneity. And this heterogeneity is measured using different statistics. But what is commonly used here is what we call the I-squared statistic, which is here. And for these studies, heterogeneity was 0, meaning that the studies were very similar. And that's why meta-analysis was possible for this case. You will have to make yourself more familiar with this output. It is a meta-analysis output. And you have to see how to be able to interpret it well. This is an example of...
Sorry, I have a question for the previous slide.
Yes, please.
Is it necessary to highlight or provide the results of each or individual study, then the total? Because now you mentioned that this is the weight of one study, and according to it, you explained the estimate and the other things. Can I just include if I make, for example, comparison, I just write the result of the comparison and that's it?
So individual studies, I don't know if I've understood you well, but you are combining individual studies in a meta-analysis. So what you are seeing there is an analysis of the contribution of the individual studies to the overall effect. If, say, you have 5 studies, you now try to find out what was the contribution of the individual studies to the overall effect. So individual studies have their effects. Individual studies are measuring odds ratios of a certain outcome, and they are contributing to the overall effect when you combine those 5 studies or 4 studies together. That's why you see that each of those studies has all those elements that you would want of the overall effect. You have the risk ratio for the individual study. You have the weight contribution of the individual study. Then you have all the other related estimates. So can you talk about one particular study? After this, yes, you can. These results are there. You can describe individual studies which have been combined in a meta-analysis. I don't know if I understood you well. Is it okay? Or
I don't know, but maybe because I don't have experience for this, I just want to know when you report, because at the end of the day, you're going to analyze the multiple studies, at least 2 studies. You combine them together, and then if you want to measure the comparison, or it depends on your research question. But I mean, like when you come to report the results, should I include each study, how this study like contributed in the analysis, and then compare it to the total measurement?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. However, you will have what we call a summary of results table. A summary of results table will capture individual studies, their contribution. However, you are encouraged to report mostly the overall effect as opposed to reporting individual studies.
Sorry, may I ask a question, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Baba from Ethiopia, and I'm looking at I square, which is equal to 0. And you said this is why, because I square heterogeneity is very low, that's why meta-analysis is possible. But when I square is very high, like 80, 70%, do we still go for meta-analysis or not? And the second question with this one is, you said to use effect size, fixed effect size, the confidence intervals of the individual studies should be as narrow as possible. But as we can see on this forest plot, the confidence interval for individual studies is highly varied, and some are very wide and some are relatively narrower. So is it fair in this case to use a fixed effect measure in this case? Thank you.
Good. You are getting into the exercise we had for you. So you'll see that. Okay, so first of all, the first one, if the heterogeneity is high, so the heterogeneity analysis is divided into 3. You have low heterogeneity, where the variation should not go beyond 20 or 25%. Then you have moderate heterogeneity, where the variance should not go beyond 50%. And then you have high heterogeneity. It is advisable that
Sorry, I can't hear. There is
analysis be conducted for scenarios when the heterogeneity is very high, scenarios where the heterogeneity is low and or moderate. When the heterogeneity is high, you should not conduct a meta-analysis. It's only conducted when heterogeneity is between low and moderate. But also while conducting that meta-analysis, you do what is called subgroup analysis, whereby you don't combine studies with low heterogeneity together with studies with moderate heterogeneity. You do the analysis of studies with low heterogeneity separately, and then studies with moderate heterogeneity separately in what we call subgroup analysis. The second part of your question is that I submitted that fixed effects model is used when the confidence intervals of individual studies are narrow. In other words, when the estimates are more precisely done. In this case, the confidence intervals for one of the studies or two of the studies is very wide. Why? So in this scenario, you will have to do what we call a sensitivity analysis, in which you will now handle effect or the contributions of each study individually. So you, for example, remove this study and find out how much change is in the overall effect. So when you go and read this study, you're going to find that these people conduct what we call sensitivity analysis. By the fact that this study has remained here, it might have meant that when you removed this study, the overall change in the effect did not change much. So perhaps that's why it was retained. So what I'm saying here is that when you find such scenarios, you go now and assess individual studies separately. But the overall requirement is that fixed effects models work best when the estimates are more precise as opposed to when the estimates are wide. And of course, also secondly, that sometimes not all meta-analyses are done correctly. And so you also cater for that in such scenarios, that it could be by chance that the analysis was not done well and unfortunately published.
Sorry, sir, may I
Hello,
ask
please.
a question?
I have a question, please. I have a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Can you hear
I don't know how,
Okay,
how
please.
we are doing in time, but go ahead, go ahead.
So Moses, can you hear me?
I'll be fast. I'll be fast. Yeah. So my question is based on this. Maybe I didn't hear you clearly when you explained. So now, if we cannot use fixed estimate, then what do we use in such a situation when the precision is not?
Yeah. If it is not if it is not precisely measured, we use what we call random effects model. Random effects model for non-precisely measured effects. There was also another question.
What do we use in that place? That's one.
Random
Then
effects.
secondly,
Random
on
effects.
this,
we use random effects.
Sorry, my question. Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead.
One of the
Can
studies
you
for the four.
explain that scale?
Pardon?
For study 4, the estimate.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Somebody is muting me. Study 4. They said the effect size was.
Hello, Moses. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes. This is Fortune.
Yes, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Let's go one at a time. Let's go one at a time.
Yes, I want to.
Why was 34 included since effect size was not estimable? Thank you.
Good, thank you. Then Fortune?
Yes, I want to know if you are done, because I thought we could take the question and answer after your session.
I think let's end there for sure, because the rest is just explanations of these effect sizes.
Okay.
Once people have appreciated that, that should be it really. That's the end of the session.
Okay.
So we can take on the questions for for the next part.
Right.
Maybe that is part of the class activity. We can do the questions, but there is actually an article that he wanted us to use for the class activity. Okay. Then I will come back again to answer many more questions around meta-analysis when we are doing risk of bias analysis by Dr. Buku on Thursday. So tomorrow I can come back and we continue discussing more. But let me send an article for the risk of bias work that we are supposed to do tomorrow. Is that okay, Fortune?
Yes, please.
Fortune,
right,
did you mean we finish the lecture, then we can ask the questions, or you meant to stop him now?
You can ask your questions now.
Is the lecture done though?
Okay, so the lecture is done. So Fortune, you capture all the questions and including those online. Maybe I would prefer that you type your question online. Fortune gets them, and then I will stop sharing. Fortune will share them, and I answer them one at a time. So you type your question on the chat. Fortune gets them, and then we will answer them. So I'll mute and wait for you to post your questions as Fortune picks them, and then we go through them in the next remaining minutes. Fortune, is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
All right.
Do we do the class activities after the questions?
Yeah. You'll do it separately. for the meeting tomorrow.
Okay. YouTube. So Moses, we have the question that says, how often do studies meet the assumptions of fixed effect models in practice?
Let me stop sharing. Then you can share them.
Okay, no problem. Actually, I'm reading the questions directly from Zoom. So it might not be possible for me to share the questions.
Just pick those questions from Zoom, put them on Word, and then you share them at once.
Okay.
Meanwhile, can I ask you something? Professor, can I ask you something meanwhile Forshan try to find the other question?
Sure, go ahead.
You said that maybe each study had measured the result or effect size in a different way. I mean, different statistical method. So if I want to combine all of them, you said that there is a way yes, and there is a way no, right? So if I can combine them, then I can go do a systematic review with analysis without I want. If it is no, I can combine them. Then I cannot do my analysis. I mean, different measures, use it in different studies.
Yes, so it is not that when different measures are used in different studies, you can't do a meta-analysis. You can actually recalculate the effect sizes, odds ratios. Statistically, you can convert odds ratios into risk ratios or otherwise. So you can do a recalculation of the effect size to a uniform way, so that then you can do your meta-analysis. However, if you cannot combine studies that have been that have different effect sizes. For example, one is another one uses risk ratios. You cannot combine those and convert all the others into that uniform unit. And then from there, you can continue with your meta-analysis. Is that clear?
Yes, but I have other concern. If I excluded this study from my meta-analysis, is that ethical? I mean, if I find that different measures, then I can exclude it from my study. Is it ethical to do that, or I have to just change the way how I analyze?
Yes, you can exclude it.
Okay.
But you will realize that even when you exclude a study, you still need to have another reason as to why you have excluded it. It cannot only be because of the different effect measures, bearing in mind that these effect measures have a possibility of being interconverted. So the reviewer may task you to provide more reasons why you have done the exclusion, in addition to just the effect measures that the different studies used. So yes, you can exclude it, but you will have to have more reasons in addition to the effect sizes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Sorry, I have another question. The first, I think it's called forest plot. You just mentioned it and explain it. Is it like basic plot that it shouldn't be included in each meta-analysis?
I hope I've understood you. Yeah. So if you conduct a meta-analysis, a forest plot is part of the results that you must submit. for every meta-analysis, you should be able to submit the forest plot. So yes, each results output should have a forest plot if you have done a meta-analysis.
Hello, Moses.
Yes, please.
Can we start with these ones, please? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So we can go with these ones first.
Is meta-analysis only applicable in interventional studies? If not, how then does the concept of effect size come in for prevalence studies, for example?
Like I explained earlier on, the conditions or situations in which meta-analysis can or should be conducted. So meta-analysis can be conducted for both intervention-based studies and observational studies if they use quantitative methods. So if you use, for example, cross-sectional studies and you are reporting prevalence ratios, you are able to do a meta-analysis, except that all the other conditions need to be met now for you to be able to go ahead with the meta-analysis. Like I explained, the way the effect is being measured, the consistency in the effect measures and all that. So meta-analysis is not restricted to only intervention studies. It can also be done for non-intervention based studies, so long as you have used quantitative methods. Effect size is maybe the way I explained it. So you have what is called the effect measure. Okay, let's say the effect. The effect is the reduction in blood glucose. The effect measure, let's say, is the prevalence. Now, effect size is the magnitude of the effect measure. So what is the magnitude of the prevalence? Is it 80%? Is it 90%? If it is the odds ratio, what is the size of that odds ratio? Is it 10? Is it 5? Is it 1? That's what we call the effect size. So effect size applies regardless of any design, so long as it is quantitatively measured. Prevalence is the effect measure. 40% is the effect size, 40% or 50%. So the effect size would apply for any quantitatively measured effect. I hope I've answered the first question.
Yes, thank you. Is there a statistical criteria to determine a wide versus narrow confidence interval, or will this be judged subjectively?
One of us actually answered this question. Maybe you can unmute and answer again. It seems when you're answering, some of us were not here. One colleague answered this question.
Okay, so from the representation, does it mean that you cannot do meta-analysis if studies were using different designs, like cross-sectional and cohort studies?
Yes, you cannot combine cohort studies with cross-sectional studies. However, you have to put studies that use similar designs together. You can put cohort studies together and put cross-sectional studies together, but you cannot combine cohort studies together with cross-sectional studies in the meta-analysis.
All right. If we include the studies that have similar effect sizes, are we not introducing selection bias? How do we strike a balance?
That's actually a more interesting question. Possibility of selection bias. But the key thing that we consider when we are doing meta-analysis or systematic reviews is what we call a priori design. A priori design means that you describe the method or the criteria you're going to use before you started the study and publish this criteria. Any variation from that criteria will have to be reported with the results and the reason for the variation. So selection bias is not likely to occur in such scenarios, although someone may think it is. But because we are using a priori design, it is not likely.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to know the relationship between weight, risk, and confidence interval.
Yes. So in the forest plot, it produces different outputs, as you might have seen in the forest plot that I presented. The participant here has raised three or two or three of them. So weight, what is weight? Sorry. What is weight? So if weight is nearly 100% contributed to by the sample size. Sample size will determine the weight of the study on the overall analysis. Say if you are combining studies and some studies have 400 people, others have 1,000 people, others have 200, those studies will have different weights based on the sample size. The nearest you can come to further explaining that would be that you expect that if a study had more people or more participants, that study is more likely to have a true estimate as opposed to a study that had fewer people. So you are more likely to believe the finding from a study that included many more people as compared to the study that had fewer people. That is all. That's just additions to the weight. The risk is just like any other effect measure. For example, you have odds ratio, risk ratios, prevalence ratios. So risk is just any of the ways in which you are measuring your effect. You could measure the effect using odds ratios. You can measure them using risk ratios, risk reduction. So risk is the criteria or the method which is being used in measuring the effect. A confidence interval, again, we have biostatisticians and statisticians here. Confidence interval is really a statistical output from statistical analysis that helps in providing explanation for how precise the estimate has been generated. So confidence interval is a statistical output, and it helps in providing interpretation for the precision of the estimate, as discussed earlier. Fortune, that's it. Is that all? Oh, the questions are not ending. Go ahead. Fortune, I can't hear you. Are members hearing me though?
Yeah, I realized. muted. Can result from this meta-analysis be taken as an authority with much weight attached to it, or it creates room for additional clinical testing?
That question borders not being clear, but you don't put much emphasis on weight of individual studies. Why? Because that weight is already catered for in your selection criteria. It has to be part of your selection criteria. So by the fact that the study is included, it has met the priori criteria for inclusion into the study. So you don't want to pay much attention onto the weights of the individual studies because you've already assessed this in the selection criteria of the individual studies. And it should not really be a basis for deciding whether to do more studies or not. Yes, Fortune?
Okay. I'm aware that, please, you can confirm in the chat box if you're comfortable with the response. And for those joining us on YouTube, we have a team that is monitoring the chat. So if you have a question, just drop it there and we'll share your question on call. Thank you. I'm aware that meta-analysis should be done by comparing two things that we regarded as experimental and control. How can you do this for a cross-sectional study, since cross-sectional studies are one way?
Well, I didn't know that you are aware of that. In that way, you can increase your awareness as well by taking it that meta-analysis is just a statistical method, a statistical way of combining studies together. All what you need to do is to ensure that those studies meet the conditions that you had set before. And we've gone through some of those conditions. Those conditions do not include design. Design is not one of the conditions. You don't restrict meta-analysis to experimental studies only. Meta-analysis, the conditions for meta-analysis, I shared them earlier. And one of them does not include study design. The thing which is key with the meta-analysis, if you want to forget every other thing and only take this one, is that it can only be done if you are comparing similar studies. And you can add as many things to the definition of similar as possible. It includes, for example, that one person just asked, do you combine cohort studies and cross-sectional studies? No, they will not be similar. You will be combining only cross-sectional studies. Two, the way the effect has been measured. If one is using all these ratios, another one is using prevalence ratios, you can't combine those ones together. So the conditions for meta-analysis are described, does not include that. Actually, very important that when you're deciding to do meta-analysis, you must ensure that the studies you are combining are as similar to each other as possible. You can define that in whichever way you want, but ensure that they are as similar as possible. I want to really emphasize that point.
All right, thank
Over.
you. Yeah, thank you, Moses. Please, you can confirm in the chat box if you're satisfied with the response. And then this person says, please, I would love to understand what you meant by narrative studies are subjective, while meta-analysis studies are objective.
Okay, so like I said, narrative review is just descriptive. You describe the study, what it is to you, based on the results that you have found. You narrate. For example, you say, This study used many people, this study had this prevalence, and another one. That narration, the final output or the final result from that narration will vary from individual to individual based on the experiences and the expertise. That's why we say that it is subjective. While for meta-analysis, because you have used rigorous statistical methods, every time you are going to reach a similar conclusion from an effort of a meta-analysis, as opposed to narrative synthesis. When you just narrate, when you just describe, I can see a lady, sorry for using a lady, for those people who may not be described as ladies, but I can see a lady and describe her as beautiful. Another person may see the same lady and describe her as ugly. We have all described. We have not used any criteria. We have just narrated what we are seeing. But if you had points, A, B, C, D, the nose long, the height, and you follow that criteria, each of you will reach a similar conclusion if you have a meticulous criteria. That's why we say that for meta-analysis, because you are using robust statistical methods, you are likely to reach a similar conclusion each time you apply that method, as opposed to narrative synthesis, which has no criteria. I don't know whether that makes it clear.
Okay, Moses, can you hear me, please?
Sure.
I know you've attempted this question before, but the person wants you to give example. What defines similar effect size? Say, give example, say 2 and 5. Are they similar effect size? What defines what is similar?
So, I think let me use example. Effect. So I have said you have 5 studies you want to combine in a meta-analysis. Effect. I've used odds ratio. Each of the studies must or should have used odds ratio in assessing their effects. So if one study uses odds ratio and another study uses risk ratio, you cannot combine an odds ratio and a risk ratio or a risk reduction. That is the closest example I can give you. In terms of the magnitude, we then concentrate on one. So for example, you've used the odds ratio. All the studies have used odds ratios, which is good. But now the odds ratios are variant from the same intervention. The odds ratio, one is giving you 0.2, another one is giving you 4. Another one is giving you 0.3, another one is giving you 5. That's what we're saying, that wide variation in the effect size. If the variations are too wide, again, it means that the studies, there is no consistency. So you will have to review those studies and provide guidance more for how primary studies should be conducted, which is one of the important outputs of meta-analysis. Secondly, meta-analysis actually are useful in resolving what I call the equipoise, which means variation in the conclusions. But those variations in the conclusions must be correlated to the outcomes. If the odds ratios are not consistent, you are not going to reach a similar conclusion. I think we shall have to come back to this question again on Thursday, if still it is not clear.
All right, Moses. Somebody says, let me put this together. can meta-analysis be done in animal studies? And then there is one that says finance and policy studies, or let's say other fields aside medicine and healthcare.
Thank you so much. This question, I mentioned this already, that meta-analysis is a tool. It can be used in any field, so long as the studies meet the defined criteria. It's a tool. You can apply it in agriculture, you can use it in forestry, you can use it in any field. Animal, veterinary medicine, you can use it in any field. Just ensure that the criteria for conducting it, the conditions are met. Over.
Yeah, Moses, this one says, can you is it convert or change one effect size to another? That's if an effect size is in odds ratio, can you change it to, let me say, risk ratio?
Yes, you can. Statistically, you can interconvert odds ratios to risk ratios, and you can do this to have a uniform effect measure for the different studies. Yes, you can interconvert them and then use one. That's possible.
Awesome. Sorry, this one says, is a forest plot the only way of presenting and interpreting meta-analysis?
Yes, it is like you asking, when I breathe in oxygen, is carbon dioxide the only gas that I breathe out? I did chemistry some time ago. I need to go and check on that chemical reaction. But if you are conducting a meta-analysis, the output of a meta-analysis is only and always a forest plot. Then from the forest plot, you are going to get different. You are going to get different what? You are going to get different results that you can present separately. But the forest plot is the output of any meta-analysis. If you conducted what is called meta-analysis, you are going to have a forest plot as the output. I hope it is clear.
All right, thank you. What informs protocol development for meta-analysis? How do we avoid bias in developing?
Wow, I think this is a good one. What informs protocol development? I need to ask the program. Anyway, I'm part of the program team, so let me just look into what we put up together. If we don't have a session on protocol development and review question development, then we shall have to have it. But
we
we have a session on that.
Yes, it's immediately after your session.
Yeah. So the answer to this question we got in that session for sure.
All right, please, do we have any question from YouTube?
The question is, in most cases, standard deviations are not found in all papers. How do you calculate variances in this case?
I think you are referring to the standard errors that one of our colleagues presented as one of the ways of interpreting confidence intervals. Is that what the person is meaning? And if that is the case, I would request the person who answered to unmute and provide the answer, if you're still in the attendance.
Okay, Doctor, one more question from YouTube. Can meta-analysis be done in both experimental and non-experimental studies?
Wow, it seems that part I've not done a good job, because that question has come again. It's possible. It's possible that people are not listening to my answers, but I've just answered that question.
Yes, you did. You did.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if there is any question because I think we've exhausted all the questions in the chat box. Please let me know, then we can take one more question. How often do studies meet assumptions of fixed effect model?
I can't hear you, but I think some people have raised their hands up.
Moses, this one says, how often do studies meet assumptions of fixed effect model?
Actually, I think it depends more on the area where the studies have been conducted from. It is usually common that randomized control trials commonly have more precise estimates than observational studies. These cross-sectional studies or observational studies, most commonly, the estimates are not as precise as the estimates of randomized, well-conducted randomized control trials. I must add that word well, because in some scenarios it may not be well conducted. So it's not very common, but the extent to which it is achieved is more amongst other cities as opposed to observational studies.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Please. Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the wonderful lecture. I've been enjoying it so far. So my question is, while you were trying to explain the forest plots, I got to the point where you explained those small boxes, meaning the effect of the studies, and you were trying to relate it. Before my network started fluctuating, I was logged out and logged in. So before I came in, before my network was stable, I could not catch up with the explanation. I don't know if you can help to just touch on how those small boxes on those small horizontal lines, the interpretations with respect to confidence intervals. Well, thank you very much.
Hello, Moses. Hey.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this person can watch the recording because it will mean going back to what you have done already. I don't know if that's okay by you, please.
Yeah. And I will also be available again on Thursday for further interaction on the same. So you can watch the video, but also I'll be available on Thursday because you've overused the time.
Yeah, Moses, there's a question on assessment of heterogeneity. I don't know if you can chip in something. The person says, how can researchers assess the heterogeneity among studies in meta-analysis, and what strategies can be addressed to address heterogeneity?
Heterogeneity is a fact-finding activity. You are finding to what extent studies are similar. There's really nothing much you can do if studies are not similar. If I'm not similar to you, we remain not similar. You cannot make me similar to you. I cannot become white, or I cannot become taller. I cannot become short. I remain who I am. So heterogeneity is an activity that helps you find out how similar studies are. And when you find it, those studies remain as they are. Only that. You then analyze those studies as they are. You analyze short people alone. You analyze tall people alone. You analyze blacker people like me. I think you've seen my skin color. You analyze the black ones like me also separately. So with the heterogeneity, you handle it. You find it out when you find it. Then you do what we call subgroup analysis. In other words, you handle people that have similar characteristics separately. I hope it is clear.
All right. Thank you. Please, can I go?
When are we ending? We have overspent our time. Can we continue on Thursday?
Yes, please, doctor, please, just to get clarity.
Okay, only one question. The rest we shall handle on Thursday. Only one question. Yeah.
Okay, doctor, thank you so much. Please, I just want to be clear, and then for some of us that are just coming into research and academic newly, for result from meta-analysis, and then for somebody that just carried out the primary research, which of them will I attach more important? Which of them is more important to the other?
Pardon, I seem to have missed your question, the gist of your question.
Okay, I said maybe someone, let's say I carried out the primary research, I conducted a research on and to check an effect on some, like you gave an example where of that diabetes, maybe my results on diabetes, and then he's testing it on somebody and the person is not getting results, and then another person now carried a research, a meta-analysis research, and then bring us his own conclusion. Which of them should be more important than the other?
Thank you. Again, this question is going to be answered when we are doing that systematic review question development. Good thing I'll be in that session, so I will really will address that question.
Okay.
The evidence is stronger when you do meta-analysis and systematic reviews as opposed to primary studies, but we'll answer it more in that session. Okay, so we'll end here. We'll meet again on Thursday, I guess.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, Fortune, I'm going to forward you the article for the participants to read and identify the potential areas of bias on those papers. Then we will discuss that tomorrow. I'm just going to forward you so that you share with the members.
All right, thank you very much, Moses. Please, we'll be sharing the exercise later, like he's saying, and we'll be sharing the question box as well. So if you have any question for him that has not been addressed, you can put the question there. Thank you. So we have like 15 minutes to catch up the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Moses. So we'll take 15 minutes for our tea break and we'll immediately start the next session. Thank you. I didn't get a slide from it. So don't worry, I would share slides from the next session. No, I have not shared. But you have them. Our social media links, collect since you're on YouTube, collect it from our post. Our social media links in our ACSM social media link. Just get the link from our post on YouTube. So
like admin link to YouTube.
Yes.
That which computer for you?
This one.
That's the one you're using on YouTube. Okay, it's okay. Because I noticed when I post, it seems like I'm not admin.
No, you can to post.
Like I'm saying when I post on YouTube, it doesn't come out as links.
Really?
Just comes out as.
You want to?
Which one are you using for Zoom?
This now. The link is not coming out.
No, I'm saying when I post, because I'm a participant, not an admin.
The link doesn't come up.
Yeah, an admin. So man post websites, ili work in the link over in the text. Dia for post over in the link.
You know, we nampi admin na.
You put the entire Africa together.
Okay. If not that,
The big man.
Okay, I think I'll do the posting because this only account that has the YouTube administration. Just so confused right now.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm trying to get this
The
next person ready.
Oh.
People are asking for slide, and I keep forgetting to ask them for slide ahead.
No, it's okay. People should calm down. It's not. When they're in the
Surprisingly, they really enjoyed this session. I was thinking because it's statistics, you see the feedbacks are
even when I
amazing.
was listening at some point, I was like, okay, you did a good job. So
Yeah.
like these things, like
This is the foundation. If you go for another meta-analysis training with this foundation, Hello, everybody. Can you hear me, please? Hello. Can you hear me, please? All right, thank you. The next session is on developing a systematic review protocol, specifically topic and research questions. And the facilitator for this session is Dr. Buna Bandari, and she's joining us all the way from Nepal. So Dr. Buna, please, you have the audience now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let me quickly share my slide first. Just a minute.
Please, the slide for this session has been shared on email. So please, you could download it and go through what the session is on.
Is it visible now, my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so, okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, first of all, thank you, African Systematic Review Hub, for inviting me for this session. And I would like to welcome all of you in this session. So I'm sure since these 2 days you are discussing a lot about the systematic review. So let me introduce myself first. I'm Buna Bandari, as already mentioned. So now currently I'm based in Nepal. I'm working as a faculty of epidemiology in the Center Department of Public Health, Tribhuvan University Institute of Medicine, Nepal. And I'm also working as a law scholar as a Department of Global Health in Harvard University. So apart from that, I'm affiliated with Author Aid for around a decade as an author steward and INAS associate as well. So through this connection, I'm here to talk about systematic review and topic, developing a systematic review topic and research questions. So, I mean, it's great to see, okay, I can't see, okay. See lots of participants. So it would be great to have an interactive session, but due to this virtual mode and time constraints, I'm directly going to start my talk on it. So, but feel free to unmute yourself and ask the question, and we'll have a question and answer session at the end as well. So, systematic review is, I think you all are aware about it after these 2 day sessions. It is a rigorous and organized process where we try to synthesize the evidence which is already available in the literature. So it is a systematic process. So for that, we have to identify the appropriate literature and appraise all the available literature based on the specific research question. So that is the most important things, our research questions, because that's what we are going to discuss in this 1 hour. If we don't have good research questions, then we can't draw conclusive evidence for our review, or at the end of the review, our main aim is to have some evidence on a particular topic. So we have to be very careful while selecting our topic and while designing our research questions, which will guide the process. Therefore, let's talk about it. So I'm sure you know this evidence hierarchy of evidence chart. So in the top, there is a meta-analysis and systematic review, which provide the strongest evidence to inform the policy and for future studies as well. But having said that, if the review is not conducted well, or the topic is not identified or designed in appropriate way, and the question is not strong enough, then we can't just say like the meta-analysis and systematic review would provide the strongest evidence. So therefore, this is a very crucial stage in the process of the systematic review. So this flow diagram is proposed by the Cochrane review team. So first, while conducting the systematic review, you should have, when you decide the area where you want to do the study or which area you are going to conduct the systematic review, then the research questions comes first, as I already mentioned that. So then after having a clear research questions, other process will follow. It will inform our methods of review, search strategies, inclusion exclusion criteria, and everything. So let's first discuss about how we can generate the idea about the systematic review, or how we can decide like which area is very important to do a systematic review or not important, or in the broad area as well, like where to go. So in research, like other research also, we talk about, we usually try to find the gap in the literature and conduct the study. In systematic review as well, we are trying to, there are the multiple already, there would be the individual studies, the original studies, and through the systematic review, our main aim would be bridging the gap between the research and the practice, means the policy, for informing the policy. So how we can identify those gaps and how we can design our systematic review topic. Let's talk on that. So it is this, identifying the systematic review topic is first step while designing the proposal, and it is not an easy task. I mean, yes, there would be the, because I heard, because I'm talking about systematic review and conducting and providing training in lots of different forums, and people or students usually come to me and say, oh, I want to learn about the systematic review, so I just want to do the systematic review. So they come up with the methods, not the idea, you know. So we should have a idea first, the research area. So systematic review is a method to implement our, or to examine or explore the area where there is a gap. So it's not like we decided the method systematic review and meta-analysis and we want to do the systematic review. It's not go like that. It's like there should be gap in the literature, or there should be the need of doing the systematic review, which demand the, there are the multiple studies, or there is not concrete evidence in, because different literature, if there are different literature, available literature, and all the literature has a different opinion or similar opinion. So if you want to have a concrete evidence, then you should think of doing the systematic review. And so how means the, yes, of course, as I already mentioned, like the literature review is the most important things. And apart from that, or along with the literature review, consultation with the academics or the professional, which like of the related field expert consultation is the prime, because while deciding the systematic review topic and designing the research question, it would take time, and also we need to engage the related stakeholder, I mean, who are working in the particular area where you are going to do the systematic review. So that should be the process of selecting or the identifying the gap as well. So in literature review, so sometimes people might confuse with the like systematic review and the literature review. Yes, systematic review is also informed by the literature review. So we can't just go and do the systematic review. So while doing the literature review in particular topic, we should see about like first you should know what is the area of research you want to do and what is known in that area, what is the already evidence are available in that field, and what is not known in this area, means like the what is it to explore for that particular area. And also which unknown, because sometimes there might be lots of unknowns, lots of gaps, so we cannot do we cannot address all the questions at the same time or by a single review sometimes. So in that unknown area as well, where we want to focus our research or our review, that we should decide as a team. To know all these things, we should have extensive literature search first, and then only we can identify the gaps, means what is unknown in that area is a gap in the literature, means that still need to be explored. So sometimes unknown means it should not be like a novel or other people have not done it, but if there is no concrete evidence on that particular area, then we can think of doing the systematic review, and we can design our topic as well. So when you know the gap, or then you have to also know why it is important to address that particular gap. What happens if we do not do that systematic review now, or that gap is not addressed, and what contribution, mostly because in the beginning also I mentioned, usually systematic review will try to provide some evidence or to inform some practice or policy. So what contribution will it make? So because those kind of initial questions or the thoughts should be there while doing the review. And also sometime you should think about like if it is relevant. I mean, it is not the prime focus in the beginning, like whether it is interested to the journal or not, but sometime in the beginning also you want to explore like what are the outlet target journal would be of your area. And another most important thing is whether the research team has the knowledge, expertise, and all the other resources required for conduct the systematic review or not. Because we know the gap, we want to do the study, and we are very passionate about that. But if we do not have the knowledge, expertise, then we might not able to justify those things. That's why I think this kind of training is very helpful in capacity building and enhancing the knowledge and skill in this area. So that is also very important consideration while conducting the systematic review. So like other research problem in systematic review, and the research systematic review topic and research questions should have the finer approach, or should fit within this approach. So feasible means, as I already mentioned, there should be the adequate expertise and the capability of the research team in to answer those questions. And it should be, in this case, in systematic review, we are concerned about not the number of the subject, but the number of the paper. Sometimes you want to do the study, you want to, for example, if you want to do the study about I'm giving example of related to my area. So please, don't mind if you don't understand. Like if you want to study like the effectiveness of mobile health service in improving the health status of the hypertensive patient. So if you want to do the systematic review in that area, and at the end you have everything, but if you do not find any study which already done and published in that topic, then your review would not be complete, and your time, energy, everything would be wasted. So while doing the preliminary research, you should also have the tentative. You won't know the numbers, like how many papers you will get, how many will not, but you should have some idea, like at least 2, 3, 5 paper you will get during searching that article. So that also should be decided, or should have in mind while deciding the research topic and the question. And it's time, because time and energy, because based on my experience, at least 1 year is needed to complete a good systematic review. Yes, there are some rapid review. If you have the motivated team and time and energy, you can do earlier than that as well. But don't think of doing the systematic review within 2 months, within 3 months, because this process would take time. I mean, you have to have a source strategy, searching in the database, and the finalizing those source strategies and everything, and reviewing all the articles. So it takes time. Like, at least in my case, I haven't finished any, like in our team, because for systematic review, we can't say I, because the team would be needed. So at least a year would be needed. So that kind of feasibility should be scoped in beforehand. And of course, interesting to the investigator, because it is a time consuming, and you have to go back and forth, like go through the lots of studies, and sometimes to come to the conclusion also, like the lots of consultation, expertise, and opinion is needed. So if you are not interested in those areas, then it is a little bit challenging. I'm not saying like don't do when you are not interested, but yes, interest help. And novelty, like already we mentioned, like your review topic can confirm or refute the previous finding, or extend the previous finding, or sometimes provide the new findings. So while doing the review, you want to address the gap in the knowledge. So you don't want to overlap what is already there, or unrelevant topics. So as I said, you can do the review if there is already a review, but this should be there, whether your review would add something to the previous finding or something like that. So of course, some novelty would be there. Ethical, I mean, it is for all the research. And relevant, of course, like to your topic should be relevant to the scientific knowledge, policies, or research, future research direction as well. Sometimes, though systematic review could not inform the policy directly, but sometimes it can say, okay, there is no concrete evidence in this particular area, so those kinds of research should be done in future. So that kind of future research direction also can give. So to make the relevant, to improve the relevancy of your systematic review, ideally involving the stakeholder while designing the question, or while selecting the research topic, review topic would be very helpful. And at the end, after completing the review, translating this finding into the policy also would be very helpful to make it relevant. So after you identify the gap and identify the area where you want to do, like the broad area, topic would be the broader area, like where you want to do the systematic review. Then we should develop the research questions. What research questions we are going to address through the particular systematic review. So everybody know that, like, research questions, like other review, other research questions, it should be clear and specific, because sometimes if the question is not clear, then our method, our analysis, and like all the process, there would be the confusion, or there would not be the clarity in the evidence generation. So therefore, we should try to develop the clear research question of the systematic review. And actually, I mean, it is like other research, like it would be developed in a question format, but this question should also based on the identified gap. That's why I focus on the gap since beginning of the talk, means what gap we are trying to understand and what evidence we want to provide. So our research questions also should based on that, and then it should concisely present the gap and answer you want to get at the end of your review. So that should be defined. So in systematic review, like in any research, in systematic review as well, like well-developed and answerable questions is the main basis, foundation of the review. So this should be very specific, and it would help in understanding the specific in-depth answer of certain problems with the systematic approach. And I don't know, like we should take a question in between or not, like because it seems like one way. So please raise your hand or ask a question in between as well if there is a confusion. I don't want to like continue like as a one way. Otherwise, I would continue. So this is, I've already mentioned the well-formulated research. Is there any question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My question is about the gap, the research gap that we should be considering. My question is about the research gap that we should be considering for our studies. Sometimes we do read the literature, and some topics are really, really rare. I'll give an example of a field like monitoring and evaluation. So you're doing research about monitoring and evaluation, and you find, because it's a very practical issue, you find that what I've found mostly is that NGOs have a lot of data about practice and, you know, some general practice issues that you'd be interested in understanding. But less of that is documented in academic literature. Would that be a good justification for someone to suggest an academic study to fill the academic gap? Because, like, if there are no, or there are very limited numbers of published papers about a topic, but there is lots of information about that topic in, maybe I should call it gray literature. I don't know if that would be good gray literature. So would that be a good justification for someone to go ahead and document whatever is out there and, you know, continue to study about it just because it hasn't been documented in academic terms? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Markri. Sorry if I pronounce your name correctly. It's very important question, and you raise an important issue, because sometimes there are in practice we have, you know, sometimes in our everyday work or other work like program implementation, we have a data, but that has not been scientifically done as a research or published. So it is very difficult to say like this is available in the literature or not. So in this case, what I would suggest is, yes, that is a gap, but rather than going directly into the systematic review, the gray literature search and scoping of the evidence would mostly addressed by the scoping review, because in scoping review you would have a broad aim, broad research question, where you would just see what are the available literature there, even the unpublished data, gray literature, as you mentioned already. So unpublished or other source of the data, so that we can scope, and based on the scoping review, we can develop the next step would be a systematic review. Yes, and one more thing is, for the if there is a data like unpublished or other data available, but if it is not published, then we cannot include those evidence in the systematic review. Either we have to do the data systematic, like the secondary data analysis and publish the research based on that, or the scoping review with the gray literature. And gap in the literature, I would say, I mean, as I mentioned already, for the feasibility, like the finer approach, it is, if there is no evidence, no available studies, then you would not find the, you would not find studies to be included in your study. So here, I would say it is a gap of the studies, not the evidences. So I think that gap might or might not justify the systematic review. Why is I'm worried more about here getting the enough studies to to be included in your systematic review. There are, if there is no studies available, then that is the gap of the research, not the knowledge gap. So we have to do the research on that area. So that gap could be doing the primary studies or secondary data analysis. But here in systematic review, what we trying to see the gap is there are already available literature, lots of literature are available, but they have not answer, or like the conclusive evidence is not there, or this area, some area, particular area is not answered well, or the synthesization is not done. So it's more about the synthesizing the already available evidence. So I hope I address your question, but we can again discuss on this. Thank you so much. So should I continue? Okay. So I'm going to continue, but we can discuss at the end as well, or in between as well. So yeah, well, if the research questions is well formulated, then that based on that research question, we can determine the eligibility criteria of the studies and search strategies. So what are the search strategies? Because search strategies are very key in the systematic review. If you do not have the comprehensive search strategy, then you might miss the important study, or you might get lots of unrelated study we will get. But if the search strategy is not good, then the quality of the systematic review also would be compromised. That's why, and also what are the data we need from those included study, and what kind of finding analysis we do, and how we present. So these all aspects would be informed by the well-formulated research questions. So usually while developing the research question, there would be the broad topic, means area, like, okay, nutrition among children or something like that. And you can narrow down like the among the children of under 5 children or something like that. And among nutrition also, what area you can, so from the broad, you can go to the concise, and your research questions would be specific on that particular topic. So what you want to address through the systematic review. So usually in systematic review, the questions can address, like if you are interested in, sorry if I'm giving more example from the health related field, because I belong to the public health, and I'm sure there is a diverse group of people in this forum. But yeah, let's try to fit within your area as well. So if your research questions, if you are interested in how to select the diagnostic, then the research question would focus on the diagnostic aspect, or the intervention, how to select the treatment, or to offer the patient, in a cost-effective way, or in a feasible way. So that can be also like a intervention or therapy if you want to do on that way. Or if you want to do the prediction or prognosis, like the how to estimate the patient likely clinical course over time, or anticipate the complication of the disease, like what course of how the course of disease will develop, so or the cause of the disease. So depend on what kind of which area you want to focus. So apart from this, like other could be the perception or the experience of the people, like or behavior or any kind. So that kind of approach will determine your research question and what design of the what type of design will address those questions. So that would relate it from that. So let's see some of the examples. I think in the next slide I have some example about that as well. So therefore we have to engage, we should engage with the research team from the beginning, because there would be sometime there would be a complex issue, like whether you want to focus on the intervention design or in the diagnosis or the experiences or some other plan. I mean, you know the area, but in that area of the research is where you want to go. So we should discuss among the research team vigorously since the beginning, or while deciding the research questions, like which research questions is most important to answer at this stage, if there are many, and how to engage with the stakeholder in formulation of the research question. And in the review process also, sometimes we have to modify this aspect as well. So, and also how broad or narrow review we want to do. So our research question also should form accordingly. Usually some of the systematic review have one broad and some specific questions as well. So, I mean, as a reviewer, the team can decide where and which area we want to focus on. So for the systematic review, there are different frameworks available for addressing the research question or developing the research questions. So it is good to use those frameworks based on what area or which design you want to use. And it will, this framework will have the different concepts. So if you use those framework, this research question will address some different concepts. For example, in medical research and clinical research, PICO framework is very commonly used. And I mean, if we are doing the studies about systematic review on the intervention, I mean, I hope like everyone would understand the intervention means some kind of program or something which we the studies try to implement in some situation. Then if we want to see review about those findings, then we will mostly use the PICO model in clinical research. So in PICO concept, but there are other concepts. If you are doing the studies like other quantitative or mixed method studies or qualitative studies, usually this PICO concept is used in the intervention studies or the randomized control trial or other quasi-experimental or pre-post study as well, where we are using some of the intervention. So, but if you are doing the reviews of just the qualitative studies or mixed method studies, then there are other framework as well. So in PICO, mostly we focus on the 4 aspects. So first is the this P stands for the population. So which population of we are interested doing the study, whether it is the children, adults, or the woman of some particular age or something other population. So that also should be specified in your research question. And what are the intervention means, what kind of whether it is a vaccines, whether it is a drugs, or whether it is other health education or anything. So that should be also included in your research question. And what are the outcome of interest? So what you want to see at the end of the study. So and what studies design are appropriate, also we should think about that. So if it is an intervention study, then your question can focus, does the intervention work or not, or how does who does the intervention work? I mean, sometimes some intervention, like for the vaccine as well, like some vaccine are safe in particular age group, some not. So that if we are interested in those group, then how does the intervention work, or is the intervention appropriate or feasible in terms of cost and all the, or the is there any comparison or not? So those questions of interest also should be addressed. Usually in the PICO format, we try to include all those. Sorry, my throat is okay. If there is, let's take some break. If there is any question at this stage, please go ahead and ask. Any questions or confusion? Okay, if not, I'll continue. So this PICO approach, in the review, we have to review this PICO. Okay, I see the hand. Okay, go ahead. Dr. Edekun, sorry, please, yeah, can you ask your question? I can see your hand.
Hello. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
You hear me? Yeah,
yes,
thank you.
Yeah.
See, for the framework, I'm just inquisitive, because I know that for scoping review, most times we use PCC, you know, the population, the content, and the context. You understand?
Context, yeah.
I'm saying, can we equally use this framework to design our question when we're talking about systematic review?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So yes, in scoping review, as our questions, as I mentioned before as well, we are trying to have a like the broad context. So usually PCC approach would be used, but in the systematic review, I will talk later. There are other framework apart from the PICO. So those, if there is a qualitative study, at that context, we can use those kind of framework as well. So usually in the scoping review, we are trying to scope all the available literature and where the study is done, what is done, and what are the contexts. So if it is not an intervention, even in the systematic review, we can use those kind of framework, but maybe at the end, there would be some clarity, because I'm going to talk about what kind of framework we can use in the qualitative study and in the mixed method study, because usually this PICO framework comes for the intervention studies. Like if you are interested in answering some question related to the intervention. So if there is no intervention, then it would, like, I would not be there. So I mean, we can use those kind of concepts in other design. But if you are looking at the intervention, maybe the PCC only does not fit. If so, depends on your framework, your research question, you will design the research question accordingly. Okay, I hope I could answer your question. Or let's wait at the end and we can again discuss on this. So in the PICO, if you are trying to see review some intervention, then this PICO framework, you should have, you should review at the protocol stage. It means based on that, you will decide which studies will be eligible in your study, or what will be included, what will be excluded. Because if you are interested in the intervention study, then your other design would be like excluded. So that also this PICO framework would help in the beginning. And at the synthesis is like evidence synthesis state in the what are the evidence you need. I mean, like which group intervention, which comparative group, and what are the outcome you want to synthesize from the included studies. That also you can plan during the protocol stage. And of course, at the review stage also, you will review your PICO and see the included study, whether that have actually investigated all the included studies had included this PICO or not. So, okay, maybe this example would clarify better. So if your research question, like your research question, this research question, if you are doing the study among the cancer patient and I want to see the quality of life, like what is the quality of life of the cancer patient after having some educational intervention or after some intervention. So in this case, your population, the P would be the woman with the breast cancer, and intervention is the education, and comparison is the who, like the same population without who are not taking those intervention, and outcome is the quality of life. So those PICOs should be addressed in your research questions, or sometime, you know, context those things even in our topic, like we can address. So what is the effectiveness? So we want to see the effectiveness like of the educational intervention, like intervention in improving the quality of life, means that is our outcome among the women with the breast cancer. So that is how you should form your research question. So it is specific. We are clear about the, if you say only the effectiveness, sometimes it will not be clear. So effectiveness in terms of what? Like recovery, or sort other symptoms like the comorbidity, or so that here we are clear about the, we have specified that the quality of life. So that kind of approach, I mean, so if we make our research question like this, then you will develop your search strategies, or your included study also should include those things. So if there is a study where they have done the study about the quality of life among the cancer patient, but have not specified about the woman with breast cancer, then that study would be excluded. So that's how, like, this research question and PICO framework would inform our review process as well. And there are, as already mentioned, there are around at least more than 25 other framework apart from the PICO. So based on your objectives, you can decide which framework or what you want, where or what you want to study, like PEO, Spider, Spice, Eclipse. So that all framework can help to design the research question. So let's see, like if as you already mentioned, PCC, like that, like the here we are not interested in looking at the intervention or what are the program or what that does. We are just trying to see the we are trying to review the quality of life among depressive adults. So here the population is adults, so exposure. So PEO means population, exposure, and outcome. So outcome is we want to see the quality of life among depressive patient. So our exposure is a depression here. It's not an outcome, because we are trying to see among the depressive patient, and outcome is the quality of life. So what is the quality of life of adults with depression? And this framework usually in the quality, this kind of study, like would be done by the qualitative study. So if you are doing the systematic review of such, with using such kind of research question, then you will know the what type of design of the study should be eligible to be included in your study. And like that, like in Spider framework, that is also the 5 concepts, like sample, phenomena of interest, design, evaluation, and research type. So yes, sample, I mean, somehow the sample or population is all the approach talks about your study population. So here the mothers, and the phenomena interest in what you want to study, like immunization classes, and the design, what kind of research design is used, and what is the outcome you want to see, means experiences. And the research type, usually this Spider framework is used for the doing the mixed method systematic reviews. So where we will include the qualitative and quantitative, both the studies, and we'll do the review both. Even in the systematic review, we can do the quantitative analysis and the qualitative synthesis as well. So as a reviewer, after identifying the gap, review team, I would not say one individual, review team should decide like what is our interest, where we want to study or explore more. So what is needed? So that can be decided in the beginning, and accordingly this can be designed. So there are other like SPICE. So this is also mostly focused either like setting, prospective, intervention, comparison, and evaluation. Like in this, if you are using the, okay, I can see the hands of Nafisa. Yes, Nafisa, please go ahead. Nafisa, do you have question? I can.
Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute. Hi, Dr. Buna, thank you.
No.
My question in the first framework, PICO, and the example that you gave about the effectiveness of health education improving quality of life. In the intervention, you mentioned education. What about, for example, in education, which the method of education, for example, is like workshop or group discussion or etc., whatever. Can it be determined in the inclusion and exclusion criteria? I mean, for example, if I'm targeting all the studies that, for example, use the method of education like only lecture and workshop, should I report that in the inclusion and exclusion criteria that I'm just including these studies and I'm excluding the others?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nafisa. It's very important question. Yes, you already answered the question as well. I mean, either sometime, I mean, if you are just, you want to go at, okay, education to the training or workshop, if you want to specify, you can. But ideally what we do is like you have the education intervention, and in your inclusion and exclusion criteria, you will specify what kind of education or what mode of intervention. Like, for example, if I have to give, like I usually study the digital health intervention among in the non-communicable disease. So that would be my focus. So usually sometime if I, in my topic, like if I say digital effectiveness of digital health intervention in improving such, but in my inclusion and exclusion, I'm doing currently one, so I can give that example. So what I did is like, so intervention through the text message, phone call or something like that, but not the app-based intervention. Because why? Because sometimes, I mean, those inclusion exclusion also you have to decide based on the some rationale. Like if I'm doing those studies in the LMIC setting, and if I think that I'm just interested in that low cost intervention, not the which need the sophisticated mobiles like smartphones and other things, so that cannot be implemented in my setting. So if I want to go with the simple phone and text messages, like phone call and text messages, so in that case, I want to exclude those kind of methods of intervention delivery. So it is the method of intervention delivery. But yes, you can write the include some method you can exclude, but you should have a justification for that as well. I mean, sometime reviewer or sometime why you are excluding the workshop and why you are including the training. And if you are interested only in training, as I mentioned before, like I just exclude the app-based intervention, but only SMS and phone call, then I have a justification, like I'm trying to look at the LMIC setting with the low cost intervention, and so that kind of, like the based on your research, you can have a different opinion or different rationale, but yes, that is the answer for that. Okay, thank you, Nafisa, for agreeing with my comment. And Temito, yes, please unmute yourself.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very is an eye-opening and is very helpful. But I want to ask, why can't we use Eclipse for quantitative study? In fact, looking at the example you pose here, because I'm actually working on a project that has to do with the acceptance and understanding of tele-health care, especially telemental health initiative in psychiatric setting. And I'm looking at Eclipse with all these characteristics. I see that it can also fit into quantitative study, but I just want to clarify, because it is rare that it is for qualitative research topics. So I want to know, can it also be used for quantitative study?
Okay. Yes. Let's discuss. Thank you for the questions. So let's discuss this, and I will come to your because I have just started about the Eclipse, but very good remarks from you about the Eclipse. So usually why we want to use the qualitative studies. So that is the term, like why where sometimes we want to quantify the evidence, like so here we are talking about the expectation, so sometimes expectation cannot be quantified. Sometimes, like you can those kind of expectation can only be answered through the qualitative, but of course sometimes like the qualitative aspect can be quantified as well. So usually this kind of like how can access to telemedicine be increased for rural patients in this case, like so we are trying to the how, not the what and which, because that the quantitative design or the question will try to address more. So so our research question focus on how can we address, so that how answer sometime, I'm not saying like 100%, but effectively how and why can mostly address with the qualitative. So that's why. So but if you, I mean, there is no hard and fast. I mean, I am not 100%. I can't say like you can't use for the quantitative. So if your quantitative research questions fits within this Eclipse framework, then you can use. But because there is no hard and fast rule, like I can't say no. But if your research questions is more prone to the how or expectation of the client or the experiences or the perspective, so in that case it is difficult to address by the quantitative studies. Yeah. Hope it would clarify. Yeah, but it is very good questions.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, okay. So these are the framework I was mostly like talking about for the, there are others, as I mentioned before, like there are other 25 frameworks. So you can, I think this slide are available. So there are other 25 framework, but based on my experience, so I'm going to share now example of some of my studies, like which framework I use in my studies, in my systematic review. So if you are using like the familiar with the 2-3 framework, with like one with the intervention, one with the qualitative, one with the mixed methods, then that would be fine, like you don't have to have expertise of all the framework, but sometimes of course you should know, like if you only know the PICO and you want to do the qualitative synthesis or mixed method synthesis, at that time this PICO does not fit. So that's why like other framework is also, understanding other framework is also very important, but I would say it's not compulsory to know all the framework or all the methods in the beginning. based on my experience. So don't worry about like all these things. But when your research, when your objective demands, you should go through this. And sometime in systematic review, based on my experience, I learned a lot after doing the review, like not from this theoretical class and other workshop and training. Will know the process or the theoretical concept, but sometime while doing systematic review by yourself, it would be more helpful in understanding the concept that what I understood based on my experience. So I'm going to share some of the research questions. I'm not sure about the time, I mean, how much time I'm taking. So yeah, I'm going to finish soon. So this is the one of the study, like it is recently published in Advances in Nutrition, like it is a very good journal of nutrition science. So where we see we were interested on looking at the long-term consumption of different food groups on cardiovascular mortality. That's why, like here you can see like that there is the design of the studies also already included, like the cohort studies, because if we talk about the long term, those kind of things that can be only included, can be only addressed by the cohort studies. So in this, like this study, we had the questions like, what is the relationship between the long term consumption? So remember, so long term in our research, we define the long term as a more than 5 years of the main food groups. So there are different food groups. We have analyzed the different, like the whole grains, vegetable, fruit, nuts, so all those things, and cardiovascular mortality among the adults. So this, if you look at the PICO, so here the intervention, I means like all the food groups. So though this is not the intervention studies, but there is the exposure already, the people were taking those foods. So here we are interested among the adults, so already the children are excluded, and we are interested in the long term defined by our research questions. So only we are included the study which has the long follow-up, and the outcome was the cardiovascular mortality. So similarly, in another study, like we reviewed the impact of antimicrobial stewardship program on antimicrobial resistance and prescription process in nursing home. So here also our population here is not the individual population. So our population were the nursing homes. So program, so intervention was the antimicrobial stewardship program, and comparison was with nursing home with not having those kind of program, and the outcome was we are trying to look the antimicrobial AMR resistant as well. So and another was this was in this study, like we try to synthesize the evidence on effectiveness of intervention to address the transport and other unintentional injuries. So here again, the population is adolescents. So in adolescents also we define the age group and intervention. So here we haven't defined the intervention is already, but inside that we look at all the intervention, what are the intervention they done. So there were the different interventions, sometimes this licensing criteria and other. So we looked at all those intervention, and we see the effect of that on transport and other injuries. And I would like to share that this review already, that this review finding is already included in the Australian nutritional guideline. So I mean it is on the process of revision, and this review is included. So this kind of systematic, if we conduct the quality systematic review and meta-analysis, then that can impact the like inform the policies as well as for future research as well. Because in this review we have you can go through later and see like we have concluded like there is no concrete evidence about the intervention. So there is a need to do the further studies in this area. So that are the examples. So there are other studies, I mean, systematic review I'm involved in currently. One is as I give an example before, like effectiveness of mobile health intervention for management of cardiovascular disease in South Asian context. So where I was not interested to app-based intervention because I'm thinking about more in the low middle income country context. And another is the effect of lifestyle intervention in midlife in reducing. I'm working in the cardiovascular disease and NCD, so mostly my research is also focused on that. And this review, effect of beverage consumption and cardiovascular mortality, is already done, and it's like the manuscript is also ready. And this is just started, like with my mentee and other my students are included in this review. So this is the mixed methods review on looking at the evidences on antibiotic AMR resistant in LMIC context. So these are my experiences, and I have written a blog in Authorate. I think I have shared before as well. So here, this is just a simple blog where I have provided different link, like what kind of review, whether it's scoping or systematic review, or the systematic review and meta-analysis can be done. So there are the link also included, so you can go through there and see. And for the further research, my main reference was the Cochrane handbook, especially the chapter 2 for this talk, and also I refer the JBI systematic. So there also you can go, and they have the whole manual of doing the systematic review and the scoping review. And Coursera also has online course, and some of the university library site has this framework, Pico, Spider, Eclipse. So they have this framework as well. So I refer them in this presentation as well. So you for further information, you can go there and see. So this is my contact information if like we need to discuss after this session as well. Yes, thank you so much. Here I come to end of my presentation. So if there are, I'm sure there are questions. So let's have a question answer session. Okay, Ifoma, yes, please go ahead. Sorry if Nancy, if I haven't pronounced your name correctly. Okay, I'm looking at the chat at the same time if there is any questions. Nancy? Okay. Okay. Hello. Yes, I can hear now.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I have two questions. Now, one is, when you talk about mixed methods, can you explain further what you mean by mixed methods? Because from the question, certain framework can be used in these methods, while others are qualitative or other quantitative. Can you explain that? And secondly, I wanted to ask, how many research questions can a particular systematic review answer at the time of study? Like these papers that you published, like the 3 of them that were published, how many research questions did you answer? They answered just one, or they answered more than one? And is it allowed that a particular systematic review can answer more than one research question per study? I hope I'm very clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. For your voice was breaking, but as far as I heard, I think you have one, like how you decide the mixed methods, design or study, and another was how many research questions like we can use, right? If not, then yeah, please ask again. So first of all, like the mixed method, usually in a systematic review, like if you are doing like your research questions, you want to address the quantitative. what is the improvement, what like, for example, I showed you like in my study, it was mostly like my published study are mostly the quantitative kind of like, especially focus on the intervention design, like what is the effectiveness, what is the improvement, like the reduction of the blood pressure, or the how much like the cardiovascular mortality would be higher. So that would be focused on the usually quantitative study or the intervention study. So in mixed method, you would not only interested about knowing what or the which kind of thing, but also the how, why, if like there is more percentage, then why, or if the something is effective, then how. So for that, your review will include if your questions also focus on the mixed method kind of, means like you have the quantitative and qualitative both questions is there, then you have to include those kind of studies which can address those research questions. Like if you are talking about the experience of how like the what is the perspective of some patient or the healthcare provider or something like that, and then or experiences, lived experience or something. So if you want to study on that, and if you include only the quantitative approach, then it might not be justified. So that is approach, like the mixed method is like the, if you have the qualitative and quantitative, and at the end, like you want to synthesize both, you know. In the mixed method research also you do the same, and systematic review as well. You have the quantitative like the result synthesis and qualitative, and then you do the triangulation, like based on that, like the quantitative finding shows this, and the reason are that given by the qualitative, or the qualitative has not agreed on this. So that kind of thing is the mixed method. I hope I can answer. I answered your questions. I mean, I did not heard like your voice was breaking, so full question I might miss. So another one, how many research questions? So there is no hard and fast rule for how many, but based on my experience, yes, of course, you would have one broad research questions, and under that, like you can have the individual, like as I showed you my like first paper, like long-term consumption of food groups. So there we have the 7 food groups, you know, like there is the already the 7, so like the what is the effect, long-term effect of whole grain on cardiovascular mortality, what is the long-term effect of red meat intake and cardiovascular mortality. But that is like one broad aspect is that, and under that also we had a specific research question. We were interested in see the stratified based on the gender. Okay, what is the impact among male? What is the impact among female? So we can do, if it is related, then you can have more than one. But I would suggest don't go with, in systematic review, don't go with a unrelated research question, too many research questions. I mean, broad one and subgroup, like a general and specific. Here we don't talk about general and specific, but broad research question 1, and under that you can do the subgroup analysis. But if you have too many research questions, then it cannot be justified by one single systematic review. So that because I can give you an example, because we also try to, in the beginning in our research, we try to do the systematic review with food groups and consumption of beverage with cardiovascular mortality. But we realized during the proposal development phase, it would be too much. That's why we separated them into 2. We did not do together. I mean, it would be too much to do the systematic review in one, and it would be confusing, and like even it would not fit in within one manuscript. So we had the separate one with the food groups with cardiovascular mortality, and one with the beverage consumption like alcohol, tea, coffee consumption, and cardiovascular mortality. Okay, yeah, thank you from my side. So next, Oscar. So should I can see some questions in screen share. So are these questions for me from the chat box?
Hello. Thank you very much. There's Oscar on the line. Thank you very much for your presentation. And my question is quite similar to, the question has changed. I want to find out, in your opinion, if I'm conducting case control study or a cross-sectional study, what framework do you think will be appropriate?
Sorry, case control or cross-sectional studies?
Yes, what framework do you think is appropriate?
So it depends on, as I said, like here also we.
Now, if my focus is on quantitative study.
Yeah. So yes, of course, because focus is in the quantitative study, like what you want to see, you know, like as I said before as well, like we do not say like the here in PICO, we are seeing the intervention. That's why we need an intervention design. So here, like in what is your research question or objective? So I think so in a cross, can you just give an example, like what is your interest, like I mean in a quantitative, then we can be more clear, I think.
Something like looking at the impact of multi-drug therapy on the socioeconomic situations of those suffering from neglected tropical diseases.
So
we have been giving them drugs, so we want to see their socioeconomic.
So I feel that, yeah, okay, based on this, I feel that the PICO framework fit in that design, because your population is the, I think, population TB patient. So you are seeing the intervention is the multi-drug therapy, and you are comparing who have not
yes, please.
And your outcome would be the impact. So here you have to define what impact you want to see, but because here also, though it is not the intervention design, but you are looking at the impact of the intervention. So and one more thing, I mean, just in my head, so but it is very difficult to see the impact and intervention through the case control study or the cross-sectional study. So that also, I mean, you have to look into it. But of course, if there is just a evaluation, cross-sectional evaluation, then your question would fit in the PICO at this stage. I mean, based on the preliminary idea. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So Davidson, I can see your hand. Do you have any question, Davidson? If not,
thank you very much. I don't really have any question, but I missed your contact slide. Please, you show your contact, please. I wish to get a contact.
Okay. I hope Fortune or SRM team would share the slide, and there is contact details, my contact details. Thank you, Davidson. But one more thing I would also clarify, because I'm very poor in responding emails, because it's not like I don't want to respond, but you know, there is sometimes like the lots of email and I feel very difficult to manage time. But of course, though late, I would get back to you, like if it's important question. Yes, thank you. Angela?
Hello, Buna ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is not very specifically research related, but is very general. So as I am an early career researcher and I'm interested in systematic review and meta-analysis, what research topics or areas or any kind of frameworks would you suggest that would be a quite good start for people like me?
Okay, thank you, Angela. And okay, I'm not sure at what stage you are. I mean, early career, like you are studying, or I mean, you already finished the study. But my suggestion would be for the early career researcher, or if you are a student, or if you just finished you just graduated, but you don't know where to start, I would suggest to have a team. I mean, you can collaborate with, because I think my last talk, I talked about the how to form a team and how to start. If you are because it's very difficult sometimes to know the gap and do the systematic review alone. So you can collaborate with the experts, I mean, who are doing the systematic review, and in the beginning you can collaborate with them. Sometimes for me, like if like I'm in academia and sometimes my student like showed similar kind of interest, and at the beginning I try to include them in my review team so that they will learn the process and they will understand the process as well. But if you want to independently start, because for the systematic review, you know, there should be the methodological export, there should be the content export, and the, yes, of course, like the early career research also can should be there. So you can form a team and discuss within a team and go ahead, and yeah, the other process would be the same, like the identifying the gap and forming the research question. But I would suggest contact some of the expert and include with them. Yeah, thank you. Hope it helps to you. Okay, thank you, Angela. And Abe, should I mean, I can see the raised hand, so I'm taking those questions. So I think I can come back to this screen question later. So Abe, sorry, I'm very poor in pronunciation.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And you know, I have a question that we have touched partly upon, and I was asking, can we address more than one research questions in a given or a single meta-analysis? And you have addressed partly, but in meta-analysis we have a PRISMA guideline, you know. So are we going to have multiple PRISMA guidelines if we are addressing also related different number of questions in a meta-analysis? How do we address, for example, if I want to assess risk factors associated with certain single outcome, risk factors can be multiple in number. So if I go for single PRISMA guideline, I'm going to exclude some of the studies which do not have all the risk factors together. And then how can we address these kind of things, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I understand your question very well. So in this context, I think in one meta-analysis, you can address one specific questions, but in PRISMA guideline, there is no, like, you know, you have one PRISMA guideline, but your objective would be the different. So in this case, what I see is, like, if you have different risk factor, then you will do the meta-analysis of the different, because one PRISMA guideline can incorporate all the things, but what is the difference is in your analysis, you will have the meta-analysis of individual outcome, like obesity and something like risk factor, hypertension and outcome, because that's what we did in our like long-term food intake study. Like we did whole grain intake and cardiovascular mortality meta-analysis, and we did fruits intake and cardiovascular meta-analysis. But it can fit, your objective can fit within the PRISMA guideline, but your specific thing in one meta-analysis, you can only use one objective. But in your one systematic review, you can have a different meta-analysis as well. Like if you do the risk factor, then also you might want to see the subgroup analysis, like what is the risk is among adults or the children. So that flexibility you can have in the PRISMA guideline. It would not restrict you if it is within the same framework. Yes. Thank you. Armstrong?
Hello.
Okay. Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Kindly explain the SPICE framework again. I want to differentiate it. I want to know how to differentiate it between from Eclipse.
Okay. So, you know, as I mentioned before, like that there are some similarities, you know, similarities and the differences. So it's not like the exclusive, as I mentioned, like if you talk about the setting, like SPICE talk about the setting, so it comes with the context is also the setting, you know. So SPICE is like a one frame. If you are using SPICE, then you have to fit your concept within that framework. But if you are using the Eclipse, then in Eclipse also, like as I mentioned, like sample and the population would be, you know, like the perspective of the population. Like in SPICE, we talk the perspective. So perspective of who means the teenager. So in PICO also, the population is the P is the population. So I mean, it is not exclusive, but it is more what you call the in depth. That's what I can say at this stage. So because setting, if I talk about the setting, perspective, intervention, comparison, and evaluation as well, because evaluation in terms of like how you are going to evaluate on the effect of this some intervention means evaluation of the successful attempt to give up smoking or success. What is your interest? So I think like if it is more in depth, I would say. Why in depth is because you have to develop search strategy based on all these concepts, 5 concepts. So yeah, you can decide, I mean, which framework would be more appropriate in your research objective or the questions. Yeah, so I would not say exclusive, but some is different, like the intervention focus in PICO, like PICO doesn't talk about the evaluation or something, but outcome is there. So yeah, that's what I can say at this stage.
Thank you very much.
Hope it clarify your concern. And yes. I don't know who raised the hand before, but I can see the Dr. Debris too.
Okay. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your interesting presentation and sharing your experience. My question is, it's clear that PICO statement can be created, or PICO statement can be used for systematic reviews based on randomized control trial studies. But how can we create a PICO or use PICO framework for the systematic reviews based on cross-sectional studies?
So that's, I think, because why PICO is more interested about the intervention. So that's why, like, yeah. I talked about, because how the intervention is done is usually using the intervention design. In intervention design, there are different kind of intervention, you know, like it could be randomized, non-randomized, quasi-experimental, pre-post. And why we use the randomized control trial is, if you see the hierarchy of the evidence, because randomized control trial will give the highest quality of evidence of any intervention. That's why you want to include the randomized control trial. But the thing is, the previous speaker, I forgot the name, he talked about the impact of some intervention. So that's what my question is, how the cross-sectional study can see the impact of intervention. There could be some intervention design, you know. So, I mean, if you are trying to see the effectiveness of intervention, then in PICO, you cannot use other design, because effectiveness can only be found on the intervention design. So that's my concern is, so if intervention, so yeah, I mean, impact of intervention of multi-drug therapy, like the previous speaker example, so that I doubt that can be done in the cross-sectional design as well. Yeah. Okay, is it clear? Because that's the thing, design, your research questions will determine the design as well, you know, so yeah. Thank you. So Ahunam, yeah, you can go ahead and ask.
Thank you for the class. So I would like to ask 2 questions. First of all, I want to know if you get to choose your framework before creating your eligibility criteria, or you like bring out all the exclusion criteria, inclusion criteria before deciding that, oh, this is the framework that fits in your study. That is the first one. Then the second question is, say you want to carry out a systematic review on a particular technique, like for diagnosing a particular disease. Which framework would fit that kind of study? And then when you're trying to carry out this review on a technique, would you be focusing on effectiveness or accuracy, or is it just the systematic review on its own. Can you do a systematic review without having knowledge on the particular technique used for the diagnosis?
Okay, thank you. So I think I understand your question partly, but yeah, you can add in between. So first of all, having inclusion and exclusion criteria before deciding the framework, because you will decide your inclusion and exclusion criteria based on objectives. And your objective usually we suggest to have some framework in while designing your research questions. So I wonder like how you decide the eligibility criteria without knowing your research questions or objectives. So that would be my concern. But having said that, sometime during the process you can you have some framework and you decide the eligibility criteria or something like that, and when you like the source, the literature, and you said, oh no, only not only the intervention, I want to do the other study included, other type of study can also include. So you can go back and forth in that, because there is a flexibility in systematic review. Like that's why in Prospero, if you register your proposal, then there is a scope of updating your proposal as well. But in the beginning, I think without having a research question, I think it's difficult, because eligibility criteria depend on your research questions, like among whom, what you want to study, and what are the outcome you want to see. And then you will know what kind of design can address that outcome. As already I mentioned, like if experiences, quality, like the lived experience or perception, expectation, then you would think about, if your objective is that, then only you think about the design. So objective will guide your methods. That can I say. And other one, I was not very clear, but I'm trying to answer based on my understanding. So I think if you want to study about some devices, diagnostic devices, whether, your question was whether to focus on efficacy or effectiveness or something like that. So if that is your question, then what I would say is, it's not you decide. So it's what your gap is, what evidence whether there is a need to see the effectiveness or efficiency. So during your preliminary, that's why in the beginning, when I talk about the research idea generation, there you would know, like whether you have to look at the efficiency or the effectiveness or the feasibility, sometimes cost effectiveness. So that would be guided by the literature. So we cannot say, without going through in detail, like we should focus in this area. So yeah, your literature will guide that aspect. Thank you. Josephine.
Yes, thank you, Buna, for that insightful presentation. My question is simple. I just want to know, are there key elements if I'm developing or constructing my systematic review title? Are there key elements I have to include in that title, or it's not really very crucial? Okay, I just want to know whether there are key elements I have to include or I shouldn't miss in my systematic review title. Thank you.
Yes, because this concept, what we talked about in the research questions, that concept should be reflected in your title. And sometimes like this design aspect and these things cannot be reflected in study design aspect, cannot be reflected in your research question, but that should be reflected in your title. For example, effectiveness, of something, like what if it is an intervention, like among which group, like population, and where, and if, not always necessary, but sometimes we also like to see the evidence in like systematic review of the cross-sectional studies or the cohort study. That is not the compulsory thing, but population your outcome, or like what you want to look at it, and the where you want to do it, if it is a global or the focus on the particular region like the African context or the all the LMIC context. So that should be reflected in your title. It should be self-explanatory. And because in research and systematic review also, title should be related to an objective and research question, and that should also related to your methods. I mean, that research question in method you will address how you are going to answer those research questions. So these all are interrelated and it's self-explanatory. You can't like just write the systematic review title like systematic review on cardiovascular mortality. So that would not be complete title. So it should be complete, but not too lengthy. Yeah, this four concepts should be there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I cannot see any hand raised now. So are there other questions? I saw before there was the question in the screen. Fortune, is there any other question in the chat box? Because I'm not following that. Okay. Are these the question? I can't hear. I assume so. Okay. So the first question is the PICO is suitable for study that must include population. What about the formulation research question for other study that not including the population? So I showed one example. So population is a group. So sometimes, you know, like your population could be the organization as well. Because there would be the population. I mean, population in terms you will do the study about something. But if it does not fit in the PICO, then it's not like you have to use the PICO always. So if you are doing the intervention study, seeing the effectiveness, I'm sure there must be some population. But if it is not, maybe it doesn't fit in the PICO criteria. But there is a sample or other framework also you can think about it. But I as for my understanding, there is some context. If there is not population, maybe there is some context, so you can use other framework. Yeah. So next is, how can we state a PICO statement for the cross-sectional study based on systematic review? So this question is a little confusing. I think we not based systematic. Oh, cross-sectional studies based systematic review. Yes, as I think I answered this question. So question was to see the effectiveness impact of the intervention. So in that case, impact of intervention, I mean, intervention is there. So, but I doubt whether the cross-sectional study can see the impact of the intervention. So that's the thing. So that's why, like, your research question will decide the design. So I don't know, like the cross-sectional study can see the impact of intervention or not. So that's things. And another one is the following the final it were not this. Oh, okay. So because why the ethical can the ethical part be made by using study data of an ethical claims by ethical review? Yes, of course. So sorry, because I thought it's well understood, and usually while doing the systematic review, we don't need to go through the ethical approval process. I mean, it doesn't require, because we are not dealing about the individual human being, but we are dealing with we assume that all the studies which we included gone through the ethical approval process. So that can, I mean, that is a very good question. I mean, while reviewing doing the risk of bias or reviewing the quality of the study, we should see whether they have done the ethical, they have followed the ethical process or not. So if you included, you can still justify it, because you are not violating the ethics there, because they have done already, but you can raise that issue in your review, or as a researcher you can exclude them as well, because you don't want to include the unethical study in your review. So that's the thing. But thank you, you raised very important questions, and we missed to discuss that. So can someone still use PICO framework when there is no comparison in the design? but other parts are included. If there is no comparison, then C would not be there. So it would not call the PICO, maybe the PCC or something other framework. If there is no comparison, then we can't say that it's a PICO. Yeah. And which framework is for exploration study. So yes, here, like your objective, exploration study, what is your objective? What you want to see? So based on that, we can decide the framework, not based on the design. Even in RCT, please let's not be confused with this. Sorry, confused with this, because even in RCT, like if you want to see the perspective about the intervention, perspective of the people who are included in the randomized controlled trial. So in that time also the PICO framework might not fit. So it depends on the what you want to study. So because why we are saying in PICO the randomized control trial is the intervention is there, that's why RCT is considered, but your objective will decide the framework. It's not like the design will decide your framework. And again, and wish to differentiate from, I think this is answered already. We answered this. So SPICE and Eclipse. I think if that is all the questions.
Hello, Dr. Buna.
Okay.
Yeah, someone has a question here, please.
Sorry. Oh, raising.
Yes, thanks very much. I was wondering, before publishing my protocol, do I need to include those frameworks I have used, or Prospero or any other publisher will tell the framework?
So your question is, while publishing your protocol paper, do you have to include those framework? Was that your question?
Yes, put it in details that PICO population this, or they will read my title and tell.
Yeah, because like if you are publishing a paper in Prospero also these days, like due to the loss of submission, they are not reviewing or getting back on time with lots of comments, but your reviewer will go through that, and if you use some of the framework, it would strengthen your study. And even publication of paper, like it is like a scientific process. So, and it will help to clarify your approach, and it will help the researcher to frame the research strategy and all those things. So it's better if your questions fit in those framework. But I would also like to clarify, it's not compulsory you have to always use, because it's like using a theory in your research, some model. It is better, sometimes it's better, like it will guide you. This framework are meant to guide you, not to confuse the researcher. So sometimes if you feel none of the framework fit in your research, then you can justify that and go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. And one question I saw in the chat box, like how many papers should I include? It is not up to us. It up to based on your eligibility criteria, how many paper will be searched and included after the first full text review. So that up to the available literature, but usually minimum should be 2, we say. But I mean, some of the paper, if there is like the scarcity in the resource, like the literature, and if it is very interesting area or the need to have those kind of evidence, then even there are papers which has included only 2 papers. But it's not we decide how many paper, it's the decision, like after you sort all the database and how many paper fit in your inclusion criteria, you should include all of them. Yeah. And I saw one question, when you pull data from 4 database for analysis, is this a meta-analysis or integrative data analysis? I am a little confused about the question, but I'm trying to answer, because in systematic review, you pull the database from the studies from different database. That is the process. If you are not searching the studies in one particular database. So for meta-analysis, I mean, meta-analysis is the synthesis of the evidence. It doesn't care about the how many database data set. When you pull data from 4 data set for analysis. So this is confusing because usually data set in meta-analysis, you will have, in systematic review, you first include the study and extract the data from those studies, individual study. There would be the data from the each individual study, and you will pull those data in the meta-analysis. So maybe data set, I am not understanding clearly what the question he or she is asking. Okay, so do we have to register research questions? Not the research questions, but the protocol of systematic review you have to register. But in a scoping review in JBI side, they register the title as well. So yeah, title registration system is there. Okay, I think I talked a lot. More than, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Buna. Please do you have a final words for us before we end the session?
From my side?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm very grateful to the organizing committee for designing such a wonderful session, and I can see there is around 300 participants, and providing such kind of training with this large group of researchers is a very wonderful opportunity. And one more thing, like this researcher, what I would suggest is systematic review team can be formed within this hub as well. So next step could be within this hub, like who has the different, I think there are the hands-on session as well, and everyone has some of the research questions or some title in mind, or they are working on that. So if they form some kind of group within from this training session and have some proposal, and I think within a year, I think they can have a review paper as well, or they can do a review. So that would be my suggestion. But yeah, I'm very thankful I could share my thought in this platform. Yes, thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the workshop.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buna, and thank you everybody for being with us up to this time. We have shared the quiz for Dr. Buna's session through email, and we've also shared a form, and that form is for you to register a clearly defined research question and topic we are giving to you tomorrow. So you have, well, we have till tomorrow to think of a good systematic review topic and research question. So what we may potentially do might be to pick like 3 or few of those topics and give some kind of open feedback tomorrow. So you'd see where you could, work on an amend. And what we think is that, like Dr. Buna has said, you might want to form systematic review teams and start working in your systematic reviews. So we have a WhatsApp community, and sometimes it's easy to get collaborators from there. And even our author-aid community platform, it's easy to get, so we would share the author-aid community platform. It's easy to get collaborators from there. You just share your research topic or your field of interest, and people that are interested to work with you, they will always indicate.
Okay,
so we also have a question box. We cannot take all the questions, so some of the questions you can send it there, and we will try as much as possible to respond to some of them.
Okay, bye-bye everyone. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. That'll be all. See you in 1 hour time for the last session for today. Yeah, you can clap. Session 5. Session 4. Yes, yes, yes. I think it will come tomorrow. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me, please? Hello, can you hear me, please? Please, in less than 5 minutes, we'll be starting the next session. That will be the last session for today. We'll be looking at developing eligibility criteria. So at the end of the session, we're expecting that participants will be able to develop inclusion and exclusion criteria for systematic reviews using appropriate frameworks. And the facilitator for this session is Leonard Uzario. He'll be joining us in a few minutes. Thank you. Please, while we're waiting, be sure to answer the quizzes and participate in all the activities for today. Please let us know if you're experiencing any challenges in any of the links. Yes, we acknowledge the fact that we have not shared slides for session 4. But we'll be sharing that before the end of the day. And the quiz for session 4 will come tomorrow. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Please, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Awesome. Apologies for the delay. We should be having the facilitator in less than 5 minutes, but then we like to use a few minutes that we have to get your feedback. So far, we have completed like 5 sessions and we're left with about 4 sessions. Can you give us your feedback? Tell us what you think so far. Anything you want to tell us, positive, negative, we're okay. So if you want to speak, you could just raise your hands. Okay, Victor Okay Balama. Please go ahead, just like 30 seconds, please. Hello, Victor. Hello, Victor. Hello, Victor. Can you hear me? Okay, something is wrong. We can't get Victor. Can we hear from Oscar? I think your hand was raised. Oscar, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My observation so far is that people have joined through the YouTube live stream, and on that portal, it's very difficult for them to express their issues in terms of asking questions for further clarifications. So I think if the system we are using at the Zoom, we are using the meeting category, if a conference category can be subscribed to, so that more people will join through the Zoom and be able to ask live questions. Thank you so much, sir.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we hear from Simeon? Simeon, you can speak now, please.
Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I've been trying to unmute. I was muted.
Sure. We can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. This is Simeon. I'm calling from Nigeria. So I would say that I'm very, very happy and excited about this scientific conference. I would say this is my first virtual conference, scientific virtual conference, I would say. And I got to know about it in our WhatsApp forum. I'm a PhD student of epidemiology, University of Port Harcourt. So when I
Hello, Simeon. Simeon, I think we lost you.
Correct. And some of the people that actually graduated from there, Nyerere and co. So I've been like, I must tell you, before this program, in a dream, I saw myself in the University of Makerere listening to a conference like this, epidemiology conference. This was about 2 months ago. So I was like, probably I will be attending one conference in the university. So when I woke up that morning, I started reading about Makerere University and you know, some of the great leaders that graduated from there. So when the conference came, I say, this is dream come true. I'm going to be part of this and I'm not going to miss it. So, and it worth it, actually. It worth the time. I took some time off work to be sure that I'm part of the program. So I commend the facilitators. It's not actually easy to put up things like this to benefit the scientific community. And I would say more grace to your elbow. And I wouldn't know if you do this every year so that I can always plan to join. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Simeon. Can we hear from Biru Abdisa Mizana from Ethiopia?
Okay, thank you, organizers and all facilitators for nice workshop forum, which is very important topic, which is systematic review and meta-analysis that we wish to hear from experts. So I like the whole thing, and the selective facilitators are very insightful, so the information is very important. But what I'm going to suggest is, I think it is better to take questions, suggestions from the participant, especially from the virtual team. So at the end of the presentation, because if we ask in between presentation, sometimes it is maybe not comfortable for the facilitators, and also it may disturb the other audiences. So I think it is better to control the audiences from virtual, and it is better to give chance at the end of the presentation rather in between the presentation. So that is very important. And maybe I think the IDEM team are trying to control this issue, but the facilitators are giving a chance in between to give to add a comment or question. So that may be a disturbing, because there are large participants who follow from the virtual. So I suggest to allow at the end of presentation for the questions. And what I wanted to add is, for example, for the activity, I think it is better to send through email some, for example, for the fourth presenters or facilitators, I didn't receive the manuscript or maybe the paper that we do exercise. So I think the facilitators or coordinator of the workshop should update all necessary information on time. So this is what I wanted to suggest, but everything is fine. I like everything you are organizing for this workshop. So it is really helpful. So back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mizana. Can we hear from Ogbalo Tochukwu? Could you please make it a bit brief? We have a couple of persons who also want to speak. But then if you don't want to speak, you could just share it on the chat box like some persons are already doing. Thank you. Can we hear from Ogbalo Tochukwu? Okay, can we hear from Sahar Hemeda?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of things, and thank you for your efforts, and we appreciate everything you have done and you are doing right now to solve any problem that we face it. But I just have a little things. When we want to apply, like yesterday on a program, it was difficult to follow because it was like physically, it was focused on physical people who just attend physical and virtually. It was difficult to apply on the program for us, especially. So if there's something, I mean, for tomorrow or in the future in workshop, it prefer that it couldn't be like this. It could be step by step. I mean, you understand me? It's like sharing slides and so that you have to start with something and you end with something, and then we could follow what happened. Because yesterday, I'm not talking about all of people, but we lost in the middle. We couldn't apply in review manager because we lost, and it was difficult to follow everything. So that's just like little things that it need to be fixed maybe in the future if there's any way, but other things, it's so perfect. And thank you for your effort and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Saha. Please, can we hear from the Nigerian Medical Association, Ogun State? I think we lost the person. Nafiza Elehame. I'm sorry if I'm not getting the pronunciation well. Nafiza. So please remember, you can still drop the feedbacks on the chat. We're going through them. And those joining us on YouTube, you can drop on YouTube as well. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Please, but your background is noisy.
Sorry. Are you able to hear me?
Ouch.
Can you hear me?
You can hear you. Go ahead. You can go. Hello, Tochukwu, you can go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Sorry about that, I was muted initially. All right, I would want to say that it has been an interesting journey so far. This is coming from someone who knows literally nothing about systematic review. And all the sessions that have been done, it's been so insightful and I have gained so much. And also getting this training at no cost is mind-blowing. So I would want to especially thank the organizers. More power to your elbow. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we take one more person online? Nafiza, are you ready to speak now, please?
Yes, eventually. Thank you. I was on mute. Well, I would like to appreciate your effort in this workshop, and unfortunately, you increased my confidence in the ability to conduct systematic review, because I was totally lost and I didn't know where should I start from. I kept taking webinars, but I couldn't know the direction. But this gave me a clear road that I can follow, and I can conduct this study with high confidence. I also appreciate your effort that you are trying to control all over the participant in the YouTube channel and the Zoom and in person. That's really, really hard work. That's all. I don't want to ask about the other things because I think most of the participants already mentioned that, but if it's like the first workshop, I think most of the time you can check the feedback in the first workshop, then the other workshop it will be way better. I have a suggestion of considering the practical part, especially to add more about what Sahar mentioned. I think it could be a bit longer rather than 1 hour. It could be 2 hours, or you can send just guideline before the session that you need, for example, to sign and create account in that website. You can watch a video, you can share a video for that, so we will spend less time for creating account and all these steps, and then we start directly. And if it did if the constructor provide a review, because we were following the default version, I guess, and we couldn't like apply all what he has mentioned in the practical part. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. To be fair, we'll take Victor because he said he was unmuted, or he was muted.
Okay,
and then we'll
sorry.
Two people from IDI. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, my handle was the one that was bearing with Nigeria Medical Association and all. So my name is Victor, speaking from Nigeria. So I first want to appreciate the organizers for the great job done. I knew it was going to be very fascinating when I saw AutoAid as part of one of the partners, because I started with AutoAid in 2020. And since then, I know a few publications I've gotten, courtesy of how much I got from AutoAid. And now this has been awesome. Although I also have just a little complaint, because yesterday I couldn't actually, when I joined, I think network issues, and then I rejoined. So when I rejoined, the capacity of the room was already filled. So I had to go through the YouTube channel and all. But then I observed that in the WhatsApp attendance form that was shared, the Excel attendance form that was shared, my name was not there, even as I registered several days ago when I got the announcement through the AutoAid Google group or platform. So I want to know how that can be sorted, because some of us were not really able to attend through the Zoom link. We are right there in the YouTube channel yesterday. But it looks as though we weren't captured in the attendance list that was in a Excel sheet. That's one. Then the other is I also didn't get the information that we are supposed to register every day, as I was told on the WhatsApp platform when I tried to inquire. So I attended the introductory webinars, I think 2 of them before now. So I didn't really get this thing that we're supposed to register every day. So I was convinced that the one registration I had prior to the start up of the main event was enough. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. So we'll just take one person on side.
Yes, thank you so much, the organizers, for this wonderful workshop. Like previous speakers, I think it has been very groundbreaking for majority of us, specifically for this type of research. Little did I know it's the best for research, the best method we can use. So I do think that also moving forward, this being the introduction to systematic and meta-analysis research, we shall be able to have a big pool of researchers in this context. Otherwise, we continue to be appreciative and wait for the respective forthcoming speakers to take us through the remaining sessions. Thank you, and over.
All right, thank you very much, everybody, for your fantastic comments. Yeah, we'll have another session about this tomorrow, and hopefully we will address some of the concerns that you have raised. Please, you can still keep the comments coming. And of course, we'll be sharing a feedback form, and you can share your comment there as well. So the facilitator is already here, and I'll be giving him the floor now. Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
All right, I'll just share my slide now. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining in, and yes, I'm sorry for joining in late. I was in another meeting. I actually thought my session was going to be by 1:30. So just to start the introduction, Please, can you see my slide, please?
Yes,
Hello?
please. Clearly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Uzare Leonard. I'm a faculty member at Federal University of here, and also the director for Center for Impact, AMR, and Policy Research. And also I co-found Research Hub Nigeria and also Frontier Lead Consulting. And I do a lot of work on the systematic review and evidence synthesis generally. So my work here today is just to look at systematic review eligibility criteria. So disclosure, some of the information that I will be presenting here is part of the training I also received from other institutions. So in case you also went to the same training and you see some things from there so that you know that I didn't steal them, I was trained, so with permission to actually share from them too. Now, basically, a systematic review process from what we've been dealing with from the very beginning, have to do with preparation of slide and a lot of other stuff. So basically, then we move to search for and also selecting study for inclusion. So when we are talking about inclusion, that's when eligibility criteria comes in. So when we talk about eligibility criteria, we're talking about broad of several things, several of which we'll be looking at here, that we make your study to be great and also make the outcome that you are going to produce from your study to be reproducible and be free of bias. So some of the learning outcome that we look at here, just to look at to understand the role of study eligibility criteria, which have to do with inclusion and exclusion, inflaming a systematic review, and also to know when and how to set study eligibility criteria, then to understand the effect of study eligibility criteria on interpretation of review. Very, very important, because if you do not set very clear eligibility criteria, then when it comes to interpretation of a study that you've designed, then there will be a lot of issues that you will encounter. And most often, the results will not be useful, so to say. Now, when we talk about study eligibility, now why do we actually look at how do we study eligibility criteria? Why can't we just do the way narrative review or just normal literature review we go on by pulling on as much as available evidences that they have? Now, eligibility criteria, first and foremost, we design which study or article you are to include in the systematic review. Then the next aspect is that it also ensures that literature reviews relevant, then reliability and validity. Now, the reliability of your study and the relevance of the study and its validity is based on the eligibility criteria that you've set. Now, another thing you also need to understand is that eligibility criteria will also minimize and increase transparency, because once you set eligibility criteria, then someone else can uptake that work and also do the same and produce similar results. Now, the next one is that it also functions the same in systematic review as in primary study. Just like when you want to do a primary study, you have to set the eligibility that will determine the inclusion of the subjects that you're going to include in your study. That's very essential. So that same way when you're designing your primary study, that it's pregnant women that I want to include, is adolescent of so and so age, that will be included. All those will also come into play when you are doing systematic review. Now, the next is that it also reflects the analytic framework and key questions. Now, when you are designing your eligibility criteria, now the analytic framework that you're going to use and also the key questions that you are going to be answering basically will also form part of the eligibility that you're going to create. Now, knowing that, yes, for scopy review, for example, because we're talking about systematic review, but I also need to mention that the reason why I make the work key questions, because most often in scoping review, you have several questions that can actually form the outcome that you are looking for, that you use to arrive at the end point. But for systematic review, most often you end up asking just a single question, or at most maybe two questions together. Now, that's also very important. Those questions that you're answering will also form, some of the outcome or the question there, or the subject of the question will actually form the part of the inclusion, or that is going to define your eligibility criteria that you are going to set. Then the next one is that they are also very powerful tool for widening or narrowing the scope of a review. Yes. Now, if you want to widen a review, then you have to also widen the eligibility criteria. Now, if you want to narrow the scope of the review equally, you need to also narrow the eligibility criteria that you're going to. You need to widen the eligibility criteria. Why? If you want to widen the review, then you narrow the eligibility criteria. So it also provides information to determine whether review can be combined or compared. Now, if the outcome you are seeing, they are not homogeneous. Now, based on your eligibility criteria, it's not possible for you to do a quantitative analysis in that aspect, which is the meta-analysis. But if they are homogeneous enough, then you'll be looking at doing a statistical aspect of the work, which is the systematic, which is the meta-analysis rather. Now, one of the first things that we need to look at is that some sample criteria that we need to look at. Now, for example, population type, for example, you'll be looking at adults. You know, there are several things that we're going to look at when we look at some framework as we proceed on this training. Now, you notice that for population-based studies, now you'll be looking at, are you talking about adults? Are you talking about community dwelling females or males, or children of certain age and the rest? Then the next one, you're looking at intervention, for example. You're looking at are you looking at screening tool, for example, to identify depression risks or cardiovascular risks or whatsoever risks you want to look at? Then the next thing is that country. Are you looking at multi-countries, for example, West Africa countries, or just only Nigeria? Now, the next thing, you're also looking at settings. Are you looking at hospital-based studies or community-based studies? Then the next one, you also look at study population size. Now, you also be looking at, are you looking at samples that are greater or less than 200 or even less than that, the case may be. Now, the type of study that you're also going to be including, are you looking at randomized clinical trials or observational studies or cross-sectional studies, or all other type of study that you intend to include? So all of those are very essential for you to be able to set a very clear eligibility criteria. Now, another thing that we also want to look at, for example, using a broad criteria, we mean that you're going to be including as many studies as possible. Now, another thing is that it will also be helpful to explore what is known. But the result is that the result may become so cumbersome that too much literature will be not really flexible when it comes to the review at that instant. Then the next thing is that it could actually put in desperate literature that cannot be what compared. So that's what happens when you have a broad criteria set. Now, when you have a narrow criteria set, like I mentioned, you are likely to have homogeneous literatures. you can have a reduced sample of literatures to a manageable scope. Then also it could be appropriate for a narrow research question. Then it will also reduce it may reduce applicability of the review and sometimes risk introducing bias. That's what happens when it's too narrow too, because just imagine you are only, especially high journal literatures, for example, published in high impact journals. Most often we report positive outcome, but there might be some studies that may not make up all to those some of those areas, those journals, or even some database that could actually help you to reduce bias towards just positivity aspect only. Then if you narrow your criteria too much, then you will miss out some of those literatures, and by so doing, you will end up having errors in your study. Now, we want to look at redefining criteria. Now, when we talk about redefining criteria, what we are saying basically is that when you are to choose, when choosing how broad or narrow to set criteria, it requires a balance of obtaining adequate information. Very, very important, so that you'll be able to answer your question without actually obstructing or disrupting the result with irrelevant literature. Very essential. Then the next one is that the review team should work together to find this balance. Now, that's why for literature, for systematic review, one individual cannot sit down and actually do a systematic review. It has to be combination of efforts. The reason being that during the process of review of literature, there might be some literatures that you might deem fit that meet your inclusion criteria, while the second review or the third reviewer may say no. Now, when it comes to that point, now there is need for you to have a third breaker, or to break the tie, to look at, okay, present why you think it should be included, why you present why this should not be. Then we'll look at it together, then consensus will be reached, and as so doing, all eligible study will be included. Now, looking at bias in this context, what we are talking about is that distortion of the estimate of effect that come from how studies are selected for inclusion is very important, because when this is done in a way that is not applicable, what happens is that it will affect the applicability or the external validity of the review itself, and by so doing, it will not be useful. Now, we are going to look at some example of context of, for example, for eligibility criteria. Now, inappropriate eligibility criteria may limit applicability of the review. We've mentioned that. An example is the use of study of twin pregnancy in the review of preterm labor management for low-risk women. Now, that will be, you'll be introducing bias in that sense, because for twin pregnancy, you can't associate the risk that is associated with that is actually different from a pregnancy that is just one. So by so doing, you have to have a criteria that will actually eliminate those kind of pregnancy that might even have higher risks compared to those that are mono, that are just one pregnancy. Now, the next one is eligibility criteria may result in the inclusion of more of a study type, a certain study type that neither overestimate or underestimate effectiveness. So that's also another drawback of eligibility criteria. Now, we want to look at, now in selecting criteria, there are some things that we need to look at. You look at the review, review study goals, then you assess analytic framework and key question, which we are going to look at in a few slides from now. Then you set criteria before beginning the abstract review. Very, very important. Now, this is an example of a framework. For example, we have population, which could be condition, disease severity or stage, then comorbidity or patient demographic. Then we have intervention. We are looking at doses, frequency, method of administration. Then we have comparator. Are you looking at treatment plus compared to placebo? Then usual care or standard care or a new care or active control or so many other comparators there. Then outcome, you're looking at health outcome, morbidity, mortality, quality of life, and so many other things. Then you're also looking at timing. For example, timing of follow-up. If it's a study that has to do with clinical trial, for example, drug trial, you need to look at, okay, the quality, the number of the amount of time that it took for them to follow up before the endpoint was reached in the as defined in the study. Then the next one is that setting. Also, you need to look at, okay, are we looking at primary specialist or inpatient or counter intervention as the case may be in this case. Now let's look at case examples. Now for population, for example, we are looking at, okay, research question would be that does vitamin C supplementation reduce the incidence of common cold in adults? Now, the eligibility criteria for population in this case now can be said to be adults age 18 to 65. That's example of a population-based criteria, eligibility criteria. Now, when you go to intervention, intervention criteria, for example, now you need to look at this research question. Does a specific diet plan improve weight loss in obese individuals? Now, the eligibility criteria here for intervention will be specific diet plan. Example, when you're talking about Mediterranean diet, vegetarian, or any other type of diet as the case may be. Then the next type of question eligibility that we can also have is that when we talk about comparison. Now, the research question that could introduce such should be, does drug A outperform drug B in reducing blood pressure, for example? So in this case, the eligibility criteria for comparison would be that drug B as the comparator, while drug A is actually the treatment in this case. Then the outcome, example of an outcome question that could lead to eligibility should also be, does exercise enhance quality of life in cancer survivors? Now, the eligibility criteria for such outcome will be, primary outcome will be quality of life for cancer patients that undergo exercises as compared to those that know as the case may be. So for this eligibility criteria now, even though the individual undergo exercises, but if they are not in respect to quality of life, it's not eligible. So the quality of life there has to be primary outcome that you are looking at. If that's not the case, then the such article will not be eligible. The next question is that concerning study design is acupuncture effective in managing chronic pain? Now, the eligibility criteria now would be that it has to be study, it has to be clinical trial only. So any observational study or cross-sectional study that is not clinical trial will not be eligible for such study. Then time frame. Now, this has to do with a research question, for example, that what is the trend in air pollution level over the past decade? So in this case, we'll be looking at eligibility criteria for time frame. Study published between, let's say, 2010 to 2020. So in any study, for example, where you see there is a time frame introduced, such study will be using a study frame or a study conceptual framework that have to include time frame with it, whether it will be PICOT or whatsoever framework that will be. Once year is introduced or period is introduced or time frame is introduced, then automatically we are looking at a protocol or protocol design that will have to use a certain framework that includes time frame. So other consideration for setting up criteria will be what study design should be included, like I mentioned. Include study in foreign language. If you are including study in foreign language, meaning that there will be need for an interpreter or an interpreter, not a Google translator. And I need to really serve this as for us to note, because there was a review I was looking at some time ago. They said they use a Google translator to translate paper published in other language. You know, automatically that you cannot vouch for the, especially clinical studies. There will be a lot of destruction of information that Google might have introduced, and as such, there will be an issue with it. So include, study conducted in other countries but published in English. Yes, for example, study can be done in, let's say, in China, but it was published in English language. That can be introduced. Then another thing is that the issue of gray or fugitive literature is also very important, because there are a lot of information studies that are published as dissertation that are not in journals, but are published in the databases or repository of universities or organizations. So there is need for you to also, when you are searching, to most times search gray literature to make sure that there is all necessary information are available. You're able to pull all of them together to arrive at something very important. So another thing is also include the year of study. So that will inform you if you are doing time frame kind of study, whether it will be eligible or not. Then the next is type of study to be included. Like I mentioned, limitation of the randomized control triad. Of a randomized control trial. So in this case, if that happens, automatically it will affect what your outcome is going to be. Then the next one is that, are you going to include observational study? If so, what specific types? Then what is the value of case series in what you are looking at? Then the next thing is, how is the definition of case series operationalized? It's very important, because if you are going to be introducing case series, you need to define what are the definitions of what case series means in that particular study, so that there won't be issue. Now, for observational studies, there are 4 major types of observational study. It could be cohort with comparison, could be case controls, then it could be case series, then it could also be registry or database kind of study. So you need to note all this so that when you are designing your inclusion and exclusion criteria, you know which you are going to include or exclude. Okay, I think I've spoken more about this. Not English. Okay. Okay, I've spoken. Okay. I think, okay, this is where I want us to come to. Now, for first exercise, exercise 1, for example, now, this was part of a study, a training I also received. So now, if you look at this, say, what would you do if you were asked to review the literature on transition support for adolescents with autism spectrum disorder who are entering adulthood? Now, before saying the key question, now consider the category of criteria that you will want to apply. Now, looking at this study now, you will have to determine what the population is, what the your intervention will be, then what your control, if any, will be, then what your outcome, your outcome is going to be. So those are what will actually form your question. So this, for example, for a PICO question now would be, what is the relevant population? What is the intervention of interest? To what exposure is the intervention being compared? Now, what outcomes are relevant? Now, what short-term or long-term outcome could be considered? Then the next is that in what setting would the result be applicable? So that's also very essential. Now, this is what this would be for that particular type of question. The first will be what constitutes an adolescent. Now, what constitutes a diagnostic for autism spectrum disorder? So you need to know what those mean before you now look, okay, how is transition support defined in this sense? Because if they want to transit into adulthood, now there should be a support system that is required. So in that case, they will be required to be able to, that support will be available for them to be able to transit into adulthood. Then the next one, do we compare to no transition support or direct compare types of support? That will also be defined by the researcher in this case. So the next would be that what are the goals for adolescents with ASD, or are they transition to as they transit to adulthood? So you also look at, okay, what is the goal? That will be your outcome. So as they are transiting from this stage to this stage, so what the expectation and what is based on the goal that will actually determine the kind of support that you're going to give to them. So how quickly should the outcome be apparent? That's another thing. Timing is also important. Are we looking at, okay, if they are supported for 6 months, supported for 1 year, comparing, okay, those that are supported for 6 months compared to those that are supported for 1 year, or those supported for 1 year compared to those supported for 2 years. Those are time frame issues. Then the next one is translation support provided in multiple settings, such as in schools, in clinics, or in the community. So these are variables that you need to put in as you move forward. Now, like we mentioned here, what would you do with a study that includes individuals over 10 years of age? Now we're talking about adulthood. Now, if you are including a study of 10 years, you're already introducing bias, because 10 years is not yet adolescent, it's not yet transiting to adulthood. So as such, there will be bias introduction. Then the next one is a paper about an intervention for individual with a range of developmental disabilities, not only autism. So you also need to know, okay, are you looking at only individuals that have issue with autism, or those that have other type of disorder? So if they have other type of disorder, how do you treat that kind of study? The next is a study of children with Asperger syndrome, but not other form of ASD. So you also need to know, that's why most time when you are designing this kind of study, you need someone, for example, looking at autism, you need somebody from clinical psychology, you need somebody from clinical, from medicine, then you need people from psychology, and so many other disciplines to be able to actually put such study together. So the next one is that actually there are no right answer to all of this. So that's why in the end, you will not determine, okay, are you going to just do only evidence synthesis without quantitative analysis, or just only qualitative analysis without quantitative analysis? Based on the homogeneity of the data that you got, we actually determine your next point. Then we've already looked at this. Okay, in conclusion, okay, yes, review protocol should specify eligibility criteria in detail. So that's why, for example, if I'm to review a literature, a protocol for a journal to publish for a systematic review, what I will be looking out for is actually specifying what the eligibility criteria. So even though every other aspect of the work is well done, if there is no clear how the eligibility criteria is going to be determined, that paper, that protocol will not go through, to be returned back to the author to look at. Then the next one, criteria may need to be adapted during the review process.
Hello, everybody.
What happened now? We're enjoying this lecture. This man is a great lecturer.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Sorry, I think he has issues with power. and he will join us soon. I know we'll be having lots and lots of questions. Please just give us a minute and we'll be resuming the lecture. We are sorry. Hello, Mr. Leonard. Mr. Leonard, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Please, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Please, I'm at, go to the next slide, please. No, next slide. I was already at, yes. So here I was actually talking about that review protocol should specify eligibility criteria in details, not just one sentence or two sentences. It should be clearly written. Then the next point here is that criteria may need to be adapted during the review process based on emerging evidence. So as a researcher, you must not be rigid to, okay, this is what I have done. Even when you are asked to review it, you say no. So basically, we need to make that point that you need to be open to make sure that all eligibility, all your criteria are adopted, and also when the need comes, you review them as requested by reviewers. Next slide. Next slide.
Yeah.
Okay. So in conclusion, eligibility criteria are the fundamental of systematic review and other form of review generally. So they ensure research relevant and minimize biases, and as such, real-world cases example demonstrate their applicability. So what we are seeing in essence is when you apply all what I've said so far to real world cases, your own example, like the examples I gave, you will note that it will make more sense to you. So next slide. Thank you. If there's any question at this moment, comment, I'll be willing to take them.
Yes, thank you. There are two hands raised. Rose, please.
Okay.
Question and answer. Okay, let's take from Ifeoma.
Many thanks for
it was very insightful, and in fact, with the examples are the ones that actually, opened up my eyes and then made it very interesting. But I would want you to do one thing that would be more practical. When you were giving examples, giving the criteria for each component, how we can assess the eligibility for each of the components for the PCOT framework. You used different research questions. Now it would be more practical if you could use one research question, and then we can assess the eligibility criteria for each of the components. That would be wonderful if we can do that as an example. One research question, and then we assess the eligibility criteria for each of the components. Yeah. Thank you. I hope you understand that.
Okay. Yeah, noted.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Shall I go ahead with it, or we take some pool of questions, then I respond to them?
Yeah, Mr. Leonard, I think we can take one response per question, so the questions don't accumulate, please.
Okay. Please, can you just take me to the slide on when I talked about the vitamin? That should be just on. No, yes. Go back. Yes, this fine. No, back. Yeah. So now, if we are to, let's assume here, using this particular study, the first question here, does vitamin C supplement reduce the incidence of common cold in adults? Now, here, the population, we already know that the population here will be, we're looking at adults. Adults who probably have, here, it will be adults who had cold, or those, depending on the way the study is designed. Now, for the population, we'll be looking at adults here, because we are looking, the question is talking about adults. That would be 18 to 65, as the case may be. Now, when we are talking about intervention, then the intervention here would be vitamin C supplement. So, even though they are adults, but if they are not if there is no introduction of what is it called, vitamin C. Vitamin C supplement. Yeah, supplement to them, then they won't be eligible. Now, the next point will be the intervention. I've spoken concerning the intervention. Then will be the comparator. Now, the comparator here will be those without supplements. Now, if it's kind of a case control study or a clinical trial study, they have to be treatment, they have to be placebo. So the placebo now will be either those without vitamin C or with another type of maybe standard treatment or whatsoever it is, or standard meal or meal without supplement, as the case may be. Then the outcome here will be, we'll be looking at, okay, reduction or absent or reduce occurrences of what's it called, of cold. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Are you hearing me? So that will be that. Then I think the next one now will be time frame. So the time frame now will be, are we looking at, okay, are we going to look at studies that the follow-up period? Now, the supplementation, does it have effect? Is it time bound, in the sense that, okay, for those that that take it for 6 months, how is the effect different from those that took it for 1 year? And how is it different for those that took it for so period? That is one aspect. Then the next one could be follow up. Okay, after you took the supplement, did we have to follow you up for do we have to follow you up for 6 months, 5 months, and the case? Then I think the last one will be X, which is the study design. So that would be, are we including observational studies or not? Or we are just going to include only clinical trial studies? So I don't know if that has answered your question, Ma.
Yeah.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Leonard, she says very well. Please, do we have the hand? David, you can go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Okay. It's just that I'm John Davidson from Nigeria. It's just that I'm very excited and elated at the delivery, the composure, the precision, how the delivery was done. In fact, I can gather people and teach them on this particular topic the way it was delivered. I just want to say thank you because I'm so happy about it. Using these examples to bring out the people component is fair. And every other presenter, they are all fair. But using examples like this, we make the thing sink even to the layman. So I just want to say thank you, great guy. You are very great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for the amazing feedback. All right, Oscar Betsy, please let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. My observation so far is when I began my academic research, I realized that writing inclusion and exclusion criteria, I did it more than 10 times before it was accepted. And I was expecting, sir, whether Mr. Leonard can do the opposite side, which is the exclusion criteria, because I don't know whether it is the opposite of the inclusion criteria based on systematic research system. So that was what I was actually expecting, the exclusion part of. So if you can make one example for me to see whether it's the opposite of the inclusion criteria, I'll be very grateful, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Leonard. Please, did you get that? Hello, Mr. Leonard.
Okay, please, can you hear me?
Very well now.
Okay. So I was saying that most often people thought that exclusion is the opposite of exclusion. Exclusion is the opposite of inclusion in systematic review, but that's not absolutely correct. Now, if I'm to use the same example I used, if I'm to use the same example I used, I'm trying to go back to the slides. Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm trying to look at that. I'm not seeing yours. Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay, yeah, good. So I'm saying that if I want to use this same example now, okay, let's go back to okay, let's leave this, let's even use this let's use that this particular question: does drug A outperform drug B in reducing blood pressure? Now, let's assume that the inclusion will be very easy to set. Now, the exclusion here will be, now, any study, for example, looking at population now. Now we are looking at, assuming is also adults we are looking at. So any study that does not that looked at this particular outcome in children, for example, will not be accepted. That's one. Then the next thing is the intervention itself. Now looking at the intervention, you will see that we are looking at drug A and drug B. Now, for the drug A, in this sense, sorry, for the drug A can be now based on the intervention. If a particular study uses drug A, but remember we are talking in comparison with drug B. Now, if it uses drug A but do not compare it to drug B, then automatically you cannot include that study. Now, the next one is also that if a particular study uses, let's say it also uses drug A, but compare with another study, with another drug rather, it's not also eligible. Or another study uses drug C and compare with drug B is not also eligible for that. Or even the same drug, they use drug B, compare with drug B, but where the outcome was not blood pressure. So as such, it's not also eligible for that study. Now, if you also has concluded or during your review that or protocol design that okay is only clinical trials you are going to include, then any other study that is done that is not there, you don't include it. Then another exclusion will be that any study that is done, for example, that is not written in English will not be included. But if you are if you have interpreters, then you can include that, someone that will be able to interpret the data. But if you don't have interpreter, then automatically that will also be excluded, because you using other softwares that are not humans to interpret or to interpret them, we actually introduce bias. So basically there are a lot of, even based on time frame too, if you are looking at time frame, any study outside the time frame too is not acceptable. Any study outside the study design too is not acceptable. Then there are a lot of other things too that you also look at. Now you look at probably under the population. If you say adults are going to be taken, now like the autism we looked at just now, if it's only autism you are looking at, now what if someone have autism and have another learning disorder? Automatically that you didn't include that you're going to do a study that include that with other learning disorder. So automatically that will actually be an issue that you have to remove such study, because automatically it will introduce bias in the very outcome. So they are not directly opposite each other. Now there are a lot of other things that because of time we may not be able to touch here. Thank you.
Hello, do we have any other hand raised? A lot. Adebe.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is Ababa from Ethiopia. I have a couple of questions, if you can hear me. Yeah. The first question is about sample size. As one of the inclusion criteria, it was mentioned that some 200 and more are taken as cutoff point, but in randomized control trials, usually we can't have adequate sample size.
Yeah,
So
I know that was coming.
Can we?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I understand what your question is. So
Yeah,
I'll just yes, that's one. So quickly,
that,
let me respond to that.
Okay.
That was just an example, not that is a criteria. So what I'm saying is that it may not be for randomized clinical trial, like you rightly said. For clinical randomized trial, control trial, it's very difficult for you to find studies that even have up to 200. Although, yeah, there are some that have quite a lot of population size. What I was trying to say there is that when you are setting criteria, maybe for conventional, what is it called, cross-sectional study or observational study, as the case may be, cohort study. Now, if you set a criteria that, okay, the sample size is also going to be part of your criteria, and you therefore say that, okay, that there is, you want to, you are going to, that any study that does not have up to so and so sample number, so that it will reduce the standard error, especially if you are going to be doing meta-analysis. In this case, if you are doing meta-analysis, no sample size will have effect on the final outcome, because if you have a particular study that reports, let's say 2,000 population, then you now have another study that reported just only, let's say 200. You know, when you look at them on the funnel plot, you will see that their dispersion is going to be at variance with each other, and most often bias will be introduced. So it's usually when designing those kind of studies, they will advise that you remove those with very extreme low or extreme high sample size to minimize possible error that could come in. That was what I was trying to put in, not for randomized clinical trial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other question I had is, you know, in this meta-analysis, critical appraisal and assessing the quality of the papers is very important.
Yes.
So do we consider this quality of papers as inclusion criteria, or how do you see that? Why I'm raising this is because we need to
quality. Yes. If you look at if you look at quality assessment, basically, most often, to some extent, eligibility criteria actually comes in a way. Now, when I mean in a way, is that very often you will see that they will ask about the population, they will ask about the study design, they will ask about the participant recruitment and all of that. But we cannot really say they are not really eligibility criteria. But most often, they also form part of eligibility, because when you have to design your eligibility criteria, population will have to come in, intervention will have to come in, whether comparison or not will also come in. But you can't actually say that eligibility criteria is part of quality assessment or risk assessment, just plainly. But looking at it in depth, you will know that yes, to some extent, what you have talked about in eligibility criteria, you will end up also measuring it to some extent when you are answering the questions. You know, quality assessment are usually question-based kind of questions. Okay, with this and this, yes or no, how unclear, all those kind of things. So to some extent, you will still find those outcome or those parts in quality assessment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Leonard. We have some persons joining on YouTube. Do we have any question on YouTube, please?
Yes.
Okay.
The question goes, please, how can Please, how will you determine the reliability of the gray literature you want to include in your study?
Okay.
Mr. Leonard, please, did you get that?
Yes. And it was asking, how do we what?
How will you determine the reliability of the gray literature you want to include in your study?
Okay, that's fine. Now for gray literature, there's also there are also way you also assess their reliability rather. Now for dissertation, for example, yes, for dissertation, for example, most publications that are published are usually gotten from whether dissertation or full text research as they be. Almost all the components that make a review article reliable is also what you are going to assess a gray literature, especially when we are talking about, let's say, thesis, for example. Now, we need to understand that when we are talking about gray literature, you know that even the gray literature too, you have to subject them to review process. You have to check their abstract, check their title, check their abstract, and check the content too. So those checking during the process of article review, or yes, you also pass the gray literature through those processes. So as such, there is no how you will there's no how you will not also be able to determine the reliability, just the way you determine the reliability of other study. But also knowing that depending on the kind of analysis you are going to do, there are tools too that you can also use to determine based on the component of the study if they are reliable or they are not. But if it's just systematic review without meta-analysis, for example, you also pass them through the normal quality assessment that you pass every other paper through. Thank you.
I think that's all for the YouTube participants. I don't know if we on site. Please answer.
Okay, Mr. Leonard, please, we have questions from on-site participants. Could you please tell us how many more minutes you have so we know how we're regulating the questions?
I'm actually, I may have to even, probably I can spare maybe the next 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, that works.
Yes, hi. I'd like to clarify about the time frame.
Okay.
If you're considering a cross-sectional study.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Would the time frame be when the paper was published, or because the explanation, I think the explanation was
No,
that
it's not when the paper was published, when the study was done, because there are studies that were done in 2015 that just got to press. So as such, it's not, that's why you must have to download the full text of every article that you want to include. You have to know if your inclusion criteria includes the time frame, you will not be looking at the year of publication. It's actually when the study was done. So that's another clarification where most people actually miss it.
So for the longitudinal study, then it would be the length of the study, because that's the explanation we got.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have another question.
Thank you so much. Now about the time frame.
Yes.
How big? I mean, how big should the time frame be? For example, you give an example from 2010 to 2020. It's like what is the acceptable time frame? Secondly,
okay, go on.
Secondly, if I'm considering a time frame that is including the current year, like 2023, maybe from 2010 to 2023, is it acceptable?
20 what? Sorry, 20.
A time frame that is including the current year. Maybe I'm looking at from the year period from 2010 to 2023.
Okay.
Is it acceptable? I will pay for
No, if you have to state, like the first question is what time frame is too short or too lengthy. Now, usually depending on the how recent the evidence you are trying to put together is. For example, now if you are looking at the last 10 years, let's say research on the let's say from 2005 to 2010, for example, you are looking at diagnostic on diabetes. That kind of study is of no importance, except you are looking at historic evolution of how diagnostic in diabetes has evolved. But if you're going to be looking at reliability or importance or how effective they are, the more recent your review is, the better, especially if it's an evolving area. But if it's not an evolving area, when I mean evolving area, a field that, for example, let's say every 3 months, new things are coming up in that particular area, it shouldn't be more than 10 years, but some will say 20 years. But the second question you asked was, okay, if, for example, you can have a time frame of 2010 to 2023. Now, if you are to include 2023, you must state the month where that ends. And that's when it comes in when your search. So you need to state, okay, when 2023 do your search, because we are still in 2023, we've not ended 2023. So you need to specify when in 2023 your time frame will be, because you can't just make it 2023. 2023 will still end by December. So as such, you cannot just, you have to include the date, the particular month in that case. Is that clear? Hello? Hello?
Yes, please.
Mr. Leonard, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Please, my question goes like this. As a novice researcher, how do you know that you have exhausted your literature when you are reviewing literature? And the second question is that when you are reviewing literature, is there any standard way on how you arrange your literature? Sometimes you see people emphasize you do it deductively or inductively.
Okay, thank you. Although we are not looking at literature review, but when you want to, especially if you are probably, I'm sure, certainly maybe you are doing a doctoral or a master program. So your supervisor will ask you to do a literature review. Now, basically, how you do literature review is that, when you go to database and you search, or since it's not a systematic review, you just get currency of new information. Now, most often, depending on the field you are, you have to arrange the literatures that you've gotten based on similarities. So let's assume literature ABC talks about the method, the accuracy of the method of the particular condition you are looking at. Then literature 7, 8, 9, 10 talks about the treatment. So you need to pull them together. And in pulling them together, then you now look at, okay, even though literature ABCD talks about method, does literature AB, let's say literature AB support a particular method? Okay, that this method is good, this method is accurate, it has been validated and do all of such.
then let's say literature C, D gave a negative review particular about that method or a method of identifying that condition. So you have to look at another thing. You also need to understand your assessor or your supervisor, the kind of person he is. So that will determine whether you're going to be reviewing inductively or deductively, depending on the person he is. Then the way you can know this, to go back to his former literature or his former publications, then to sort to see, okay, how does he write? So as such, that we help you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Leonard. I think we can just take 2 questions online. None on YouTube yet, so we have 3 hands raised. Please, if your man has spoken already, promise you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm grateful for your time, and it's been very educating. I'm trying to write a particular paper, and the challenge I have now is that I'm trying to talk about the non-pharmacological management intervention in the management and prevention of type 2 diabetes. But I've gotten to a point where my research question is how to measure the effectiveness of the non-pharmacological intervention in the management of type 2 diabetes. And I'm asking myself, how will I measure that intervention? Because if I'm talking about nutrition and maybe physical exercise, as against those who are just taking medication, pharmacological intervention, how will I be able to measure it? Because if I'm going to do a systematic review, I don't know if the literature they gathered was a primary one or it was a secondary one they also put together. So my challenge is, how do I measure the effectiveness of this? Thank you, sir. Do you understand my question, sir?
I do
Thank
very
you.
well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, before you even go ahead
Yes, sir.
to do your search,
Yes, sir.
you must define what your outcome is going to be. Are you with me? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't know about her.
Okay. So when starting a systematic review, you must define from the very onset what your outcome is going to be, because that is what is going to determine your search terms that you're going to design and all of that. Because if you just, like you mentioned, no pharmaceutical interventions. Now, what aspect of what outcome are you looking at? Are you looking at their blood sugar level? Are you looking at, okay, they are reduced visit to the clinic? I hope you are hearing me. Reduced visit to the clinic, reduce number of insulin intake, occurrence of reduction in other comorbidity like hypertension and the rest. No, those are some of, you need to define what the outcome is. Are you because once people hear about diabetes, the next thing is sugar level. So you need to define, are you going to be looking at, okay, this non-pharmaceutical outcome based on their the relationship with their sugar level or their relationship with the quality of life that they now have? Do they visit hospital more regular or less regular? Do they have to reduce their insulin intake and all of that? So those are some of the outcomes that you could look at, but you need to define. You can't look at all the outcomes together. They have to be one specific outcome you are looking at. That's what makes systematic review different from a scopy review, basically. So you need to also be sure, are you going to do a scopy review or you want to do a systematic review? So that's also very essential. I hope that answers your question. Hello.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Leonard. There are a couple of questions in the chat box, but I'm not sure we can take them now.
Because of time.
So we are sharing a link to the question box. So please just indicate the session that your question is for. And then post your question there, we'll be able to attend to them. Mr. Leonard, please, you have final words for us.
So I just want to appreciate the community and all the organizers for finding me worthy to be part of the training. And I look forward to working with several of us. I know myself and Ifyong, we have a lot of things in our pipeline that we are developing. So very soon, we'll also be reaching out. And we look forward to collaborating with other organizations to bring more of such training to Africans and especially developing countries in general. So thank you and God bless you.
Mr. Leonard, please, could you share your email address?
Okay. Okay, I will just put that on this chat box so everyone can see it.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We will be running up for today. Can you hear me, please? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, okay, awesome. All right, so we'll be running up for today. We have looked at an introduction to meta-analysis, developing a topic and research questions, and now Mr. Leonard has given a powerful presentation on eligibility criteria. So we have shared the slides, and we have shared the quiz for a session, and we have also shared the task to our emails. So the task for Mr. Leonard's session is to develop an eligibility criteria, and we strongly recommend that you develop eligibility criteria with the topic you had submitted earlier. So we had shared two tasks today. The tasks are different from the quizzes. They are going into different places. So the quizzes is, I mean, they're just to assess your understanding of the sessions. But then the tasks might potentially be developed into systematic reviews. And we may be giving feedbacks on these tasks tomorrow. So please, we recommend that you provide eligibility criteria for the topic and research question that you had submitted already. We'll be sharing all the recordings and everything for today to your email to this evening, just before tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be looking at the systematic literature search, and we are looking at making it very engaging. We're looking at screening and data extraction. And we're also looking at quality assessment and risks of bias assessment tomorrow. So the facilitators tomorrow are Prof. Alison Kinyengere, Prof. Khan, and Dr. Kwaro Obuka. Please let us know if you have any challenge. We are very active on all our platforms, email, WhatsApp, Twitter, anyway, just let us know if you have any challenge. I will be responding as soon as possible. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow. All right, everybody, that will be all for today. Thank you very much. Please, Rose, do you have anything? Thank you. Yes, the feedbacks are interesting. So I think that tomorrow we'll do the feedback session again, and we share a Google form for the feedback. Awesome. You know, we have a template, so maybe you could adopt some of the questions so it doesn't give you so much trouble. Oh, sorry. You have to take group photos.
We can take it behind here.
Yes, please. Sorry, let me get the photographer, please. Thank God we didn't forget that. Sorry.